And good morning. Thank you so much for joining us across our Fox 9 digital platforms today. I am Paul Bloom, and this is our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial in St. Croix County, Wisconsin. We are getting started a few minutes early for you to get you set for Tuesday's critical witness testimony as the state wraps up its case in chief, and the defense, by all accounts, prepares to put Nicolae Miu on the witness stand maybe as soon as this afternoon, perhaps Wednesday morning, to tell his side of the story. Court scheduled to resume now at the top of the hour. We will take you right out to Hudson, Wisconsin once it does. As I've said all along, we are monitoring our courtroom feed to ensure you do not miss a moment as prosecutors continue to make their case that the stabbings on the river were a senseless, avoidable, intentional act to kill and injure. Miu is now 54 years old. He's been jailed for nearly 2 years and is facing 5 total counts. First-degree intentional murder for the slaying of 17-year-old Isaac Schuman, as well as 4 other charges of attempted first-degree murder for the 4 others stabbed that day: Riley Madison, A.J. Martin, and then brothers Tony and Dante Carlson. Miu and his legal team arguing self-defense, that the others were the aggressors, antagonizing and provoking the encounter, and that Miu only lashed out to protect himself from death or great bodily harm on the Apple River July 30th, 2022. The state said Monday it only has 2 more witnesses to call: Dr. Victor Froloff, a Ramsey County medical examiner who presumably conducted the autopsy on Schuman, as well as Lieutenant Brandy Hart, who met with Miu at the jail after his arrest. Lieutenant Hart spoke to Miu at length about what happened, his defense team already acknowledging during their openings Miu lied during his conversations with the lieutenant. It is recorded. What does the jury make of those statements? Now, a reminder on your screen right here, the key witnesses from yesterday, including jailhouse nurse Ashley Hoffman. I want to take a moment here to go back and hear from her as Miu's post-arrest comments look to play a crucial role in testimony later this morning.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like that.
Did you see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know. Or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Miu make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me, they called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
Right, and if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he had been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Did you see any bruising or cuts?
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
Right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
And you're just watching Nurse Ashley Hoffman. She conducted the jailhouse assessment with Nicolae Miu, documenting his injuries, obviously making some statements there to her. Now taking a live look inside the courtroom. You're seeing the seal, of course, of the state of Wisconsin. We're at about 7:55 Central Time. Judge Waterman has run a punctual, on-time trial throughout. He's very close to the top of the hour every time he says for the parties to be ready to go at 8 a.m. We will monitor this courtroom feed today. Obviously, the huge question is does Nikolai Miu take the witness stand today in his own defense? The state has said they have 2 final witnesses today, a medical examiner and then Lieutenant Brandy Hart. Lieutenant did the lengthy interrogation with Nikolai Miu inside the jail. We know the defense has tried to get that statement tossed out. They said Miu asserted his rights to speak to an attorney in the moment. He had as the way the filings suggest, he had asked, when do I get to speak to an attorney? When does an attorney arrive? Those types of inquiries, but never specifically stated that he wanted an attorney then and there, and he wanted to remain silent. So therefore, Judge Waterman has ruled the entire interrogation comes in. It is recorded. So presumably, if we see Lieutenant Hart shortly this morning, as we expect, we do expect to see sections of that interrogation recorded, if not video, at least audio-wise. And as the defense has acknowledged already during opening statements to this jury, he lied. He lied that it was his knife. He lied about that. He lied that his attackers, quote unquote, had taken the knife off of him. What does that testimony look like? We should hear from Lieutenant Hart shortly. Again, my guess would be we hear from the medical examiner first, Lieutenant Hart afterwards. The state would then rest, and then the defense. They do have several more witnesses on their submitted witness list, but presumably now their defense case comes down to Nikolai Miu. And as we wait for the beginning of the proceedings, another focus throughout the trial: did Nikolai Miu say anything to Isaac Schuman and his fellow Stillwater tubers about searching the river for little girls as he used his snorkeling goggles to look for his friend's lost cell phone? We're going to put that Juwan Cockfield video on your screen here. You can see what brings him back. Why does he scamper back to those tubes? He loses the snorkel and goggles there, and then it devolves from there. It gets aggressive. A lot of talk about the interaction between him and Madison Cohen, who hits who first, and what prompts the physical altercation to escalate. The kids, of course, they have now all testified. He said that Miu said something to the effect of, "I'm looking for little girls," and that's what got them all riled up. Yesterday on the stand, the defense asked St. Croix County Sheriff's investigator Andrew Dittman if, during his initial interviews with Isaac Schuman's friends, did the investigator hear anything about little girls? Here's his response on the witness stand yesterday.
You interviewed Juwan Cockfield. Did Juwan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in the report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Miu that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Miu told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peloquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Miu told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nikolai punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed Nikolai punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nikolai punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
When the punch was thrown, chaos ensued. The punch in question there, Nicolae Miu, Madison Cohen, who hits who? Is Madison in his space? The punch, the escalation from there, the Carlson brothers jump on Miu, start assaulting him, believing their friend was struck. It's not on tape. It's not on the Juwan Cockfield tape. So, of course, this will all come down to what Nicolae Miu says likely today on the witness stand about what happened in those moments where he decided to pull out the knife and stab the 5. Here is your jury. We've shown you this throughout the process. 8 men, 6 women. They have 14. They will dismiss 2 alternates at the end of this trial. 12 will deliberate. We do not know who the 2 alternates are, so we do not know what the ultimate gender makeup will be. We've heard from several legal experts this week. They're particularly curious on the older nature of this panel, that 8 of the jurors sitting in judgment of Nicolae Miu are peers or older, meaning they may come to this through the eyes of an older man in that situation. How would you react? The children taunting, egging on, provoking, if you will, and then the claims of self-defense. Again, we don't know who the 2 alternates are, 8 men, 6 women, and we will eventually see if this plays out as we expect, with the state perhaps resting its case, maybe by lunchtime, early afternoon. Then the defense, do we hear from Nicolae Miu this afternoon? Or will the defense try to get him on the stand first thing tomorrow morning? And then we would get into closings. And by my best guess, I would expect the jury to have this case certainly by Thursday morning, maybe Wednesday afternoon. Obviously, we are continuing to monitor the feed into the courtroom. You can see the state seal of Wisconsin right there. We are now past the hour, 8:03. We don't see any movement. So now might be a good time. In addition, there is Judge Michael Waterman. So I will hold it on here. This is our 7th day of trial. Remember, we sat a jury last Monday morning. We got into opening statements, the first couple witnesses. We had witnesses all week. Full day of witness testimony yesterday. By my count, 45 individual witnesses have now testified. And Judge Waterman is speaking. We'll take you now to Hudson, Wisconsin, St. Croix County Circuit Court, day 7 of this high-stakes trial.
State of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. 14 jurors are present. We are ready to resume testimony. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
We call Dr. Froloff.
Dr. Froloff, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Yes, you may. Mr. Smestad.
We state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Victor Froloff. First name Victor, V-A-C-T-O-R, last name F-R-O-L-O-F-F.
And what's your occupation?
I'm an assistant medical examiner for Ramsey County.
And generally, what
Hold
are
on. Is there a cell phone? I hear music.
Yes, sorry.
Please turn,
I had it off and for some reason it's playing.
all right, maybe you should step out. All right, you got it. Again, it's amazed. I am amazed that we've gotten this far in the trial without a cell phone. So I compliment you all. But please, make sure all devices are turned off. They can be a distraction to the attorneys and the witnesses during their important work. Mr. Smestead.
Dr. Froloff, what are your general duties as a medical examiner?
We have multiple duties. I was hired by Dr. Mills to perform autopsy. Autopsy is examination of the dead bodies. Of course, we have to sign the death certificates. When physician refused to sign, we approve all cremations in the state of Minnesota. And of course, I have to do autopsy. I have to express my opinion about cause and manner of the death, and sometimes I have to give my opinion about cause and manner of the death in the court.
Are you occasionally asked by St. Croix County to complete autopsies for deaths that occur in St. Croix County?
Yes, St. Croix County, it's our neighbors across the river, so they usually send cases, complicated cases to us.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
My official position, assistant medical examiner, I'm employed in this position for 19 years.
If I can approach your honor.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 61. Recognize that document?
Yes, Exhibit 61, it's a hard copy of my CV.
By CV, you means curriculum vitae?
That's correct.
Does it set forth your credentials, training, that type of thing?
Yes.
Does it also set forth teaching jobs you've had and publications that you've contributed to or wrote yourself?
Yes.
Can you please just summarize your education?
I'm a physician for like 39 years. I graduated medical school. I did 1 year of internship in internal medicine. I practiced emergency medicine for many years, and 30 years ago I immigrated to the United States. Basically, I have to start all over, so I passed all my tests. I decided I'd like to do forensic pathology. In order to do forensic pathology, you need to do some specialized training. I graduated from University of Minnesota in pathology, and I did 2 fellowships in Milwaukee, so I trained in Wisconsin. So it's Medical College of Wisconsin and Milwaukee County Medical Examiner Office, and I get back to Minnesota.
Have you been working at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office? You said 19 years. Has that been continuously with Ramsey County?
Yeah, I don't work for Ramsey County. I work for Dr. Mills, who's a Ramsey County medical examiner. She hired me to perform autopsy, but yes, continuously for 19 years, yes.
Do you have a general idea of how many autopsies you performed at that time?
I don't count autopsies anymore. It's over 4,000 autopsies, and now it's approximately rate 300 autopsies per year.
Can you tell the jury what the field of pathology entails? What's all involved with it?
Pathology, it's a branch of the medicine study, basically nature of the disease, such as cancer, for example.
And what's forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology and forensic pathologists use medical knowledge in legal cases, unusual deaths, unusual circumstance, and violent deaths.
And are you licensed to practice medicine?
I have full 2 and unrestricted licenses for state of Minnesota and state of Wisconsin.
And obviously is performing autopsies on folks that have been killed? That's part of your duties?
Yes, we perform, we involve an investigation and perform an autopsy in a homicidal death.
For those who might not know, can you describe what an autopsy is?
Autopsy, it's a complex procedure. First of all, we like to know what happened with the body. Second, I perform external examination. At the time of the external examination, we collect trace evidence, DNA, sexual assault kit, some other, specimens if I have to. Then I perform internal examination of the body. It's called evisceration. Basically, we open body, we look for damage, we look for any type of injuries, we look for diseases. At the same time, I'm taking photographs. And another large part of the autopsy, it's performing toxicology. At the time of the examination, we collect body fluids, such as blood, bile. We collect urine if it's available. We collect fluid from eyes, called vitreous humor. And I collect tissue samples for toxicology, such as liver.
Did you perform an autopsy on Isaac Schuman back in 2022?
I performed autopsy on Isaac Schuman on July 31st, 2022. You're correct, yes.
And do you prepare reports regarding, or did you prepare reports regarding the autopsy that you completed of Isaac Schuman?
Yes, we usually issue like provisional reports, like my initial diagnosis, initial thinking, without toxicology, the same day. And when I'm done with full investigation and toxicology, I sign a final autopsy report.
I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
We can have a minute here.
They're all muted.
Marked as exhibit number 60. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, Exhibit 60, it's again hard copy of my provisional report.
Is that the report you do before the toxicology has come back?
That is correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 17. I'll ask if you recognize that.
Exhibit 17, it's again a hard copy of my final autopsy protocol.
Can I ask you some questions about those documents, Doctor? When you did the autopsy of Isaac Schuman, did you follow your normal autopsy protocol that you described earlier?
Yes, we follow, some general rules, yes.
Did you complete an external examination of his body?
Yes.
And what findings did you make on the external examination of his body?
Before I start external examination of the body, I just need to tell you that I got body from the hospital. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. He had a medical we call artifacts. He had a tube inside of his oral cavity, just helping him to breathe. He had 2 IV lines, intravascular access, but it was inserted into his bones. And he had a multiple surgical packing, material saturated with the blood, and I observed body on my table. There was some blood present on his body, and I observed sharp wound injury to his left chest.
Did you take photographs during your external examination of Isaac's body?
Yes, I did attempt to take, many photographs.
All right. Did you complete an internal examination of Isaac's body?
Yes,
And is that part of the usual autopsy procedure?
yes, you're correct.
Can you summarize the results of your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Sure. As I said, I observed, most important, I observed sharp wound injury to his left chest. Later, I classified this wound as a stab wound. Stab wound, basically it's a sharp wound injury. Stab wound when the depth of the wound exceeds the length of the wound on the skin. So it was stab wound to the left chest. The stab wound penetrated to his left chest cavity. He had a damage, I call it sharp wound injury to his 5th and 6th ribs on the left chest cavity. Then wound kind of continues and go to the left lung. I was able to identify sharp wound injury to the lower lobe of the left lung. He had a blood in his left chest cavity. I recovered 200 cubic centimeters. It's approximately a glass of the blood in his left chest cavity. And he had damage, sharp wound injury to his pericardium. Pericardium, it's a coverage, kind of like sac around his heart. And he had a sharp wound injury to the apex of the heart. Apex, it's a pointy part of the heart, like he had a damage, sharp wound injury to the left ventricle of the heart. And he had a condition, and I identified this condition on the X-ray I performed before autopsy. He had a condition called pneumothorax. Pneumothorax is present of the air in the chest cavity. So 2 conditions, pneumothorax, air, and hemothorax present on the blood. And his organs, midline organs, was kind of shifted to the right. It's called deviation to the right. It's because it's collection of the air in the left chest cavity.
I can approach again, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 24, and I'll ask if you recognize that document, or I guess that group of documents.
Yes, Exhibit 24, it's hard copy of some of my images I took at the time of the examination.
Those are the photographs you took during your examination of Isaac Schuman?
Some of them, yes.
All right, and I want to go through this page by page.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, you may.
Dr. Froloff, I'm going to go through each of the 12 photos that are in Exhibit 24. Page 1, what is that, a photo of?
I believe it's page 1. It's a hard copy of the swim trunk or swimsuit, which I took from the body.
Was Isaac Schuman wearing anything else other than the swim trunks when you received his body?
No.
Page 2, can you tell us what that is?
Page 2, that's image of the body taken from the left side. So the gentleman that's on my table, I took these photographs. He covered by medical, just basically hospital type of sheath. His hands covered by brown bags.
Why are his hands covered, if you know?
This is part of the requirement. In cases for suspicious cases, we ask law enforcement or medical personnel cover hands with bag to protect trace evidence, because we have to collect trace evidence at the time of the autopsy. So it's part of the standard procedure.
All right, page 3, what does that show?
I hope we're on the same page. I believe this is, when I took a bag from his hands, this is image of the wrist, left wrist, and I just document that he had it's my name tag, and it's hospital number. He was ID by hospital number, and he had a golden collar chain or bracelet on his left wrist.
When his body came to you, did he have that bracelet on?
Yes, actually, I recovered later. It was because his hands were a bag, but he had a bracelet, yes.
All right, page 4, can you tell us what that is?
Page 4, I believe this is image of the back of his right hand.
Page 5.
Page 5, that's again, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand.
Page 6.
Page 6, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand. I just tried to take a picture on the different angle to see, how it turns.
All right, and then page 7, can you tell us what that is?
Page 7, it's a hard copy of the image of his left hand, back of his left hand.
And then page 8.
Page 8, it's again image of the front of his left hand.
Page 9, can you tell us what that is?
Page 9. On the page 9, when we collect trace evidence, again, I wash a body and photograph body again. This is picture of the front of his body, anterior chest. We call it anterior chest, but basically front of the body. And in his left chest, you can see a blick. It's meaning running at the angle. Sharp was injury. In this case, it's a stab wound to the left chest. Under this wound, he had a small, I had a hard time to subclassify tiny, kind of like abrasion. I described in the final report that this is abrasion. It's very superficial injuries. And this sharp was injury, it's fairly large. I measure it's 10 centimeters. It's approximately 3.9 inches in length.
The next page, can you tell us what that is?
Next page, that's a close-up of his stab wound to the left chest. It's located below the left nipple. And again, just close up. I just want to show jury, defense attorney, prosecutor, that this is indeed sharp was injury, and both ends of the wound is sharp. That could be important in some cases to describe exact, details of the stab wound.
On the next page, is that from your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Next page, yes, that's a image of the left chest. When I removed his skin from the left chest, I observed that he had a sharp force injury to 2 ribs. So 2 ribs was completely kind of like transected. So weapon went through his rib cage. Just want to show you that that's damage of the 2 ribs.
I make sure I understand you, Dr. Froloff. When you say that his ribs were transected, what do you mean by that?
It's a sharp force injury to the ribs.
And what was the damage to the ribs?
It's completely cut, well, I can say cut off.
How many ribs were completely cut?
2.
All right, on the next page, if you can tell us what that is.
Next page, it's again a hard copy of the image of the heart. I mentioned to you when I examined his body, I observed that he had a sharp force injury to the apex of the heart. It's like pointy part of the heart. So I measure it's 5 centimeters. It's approximately 2 inches in length.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish the photos to the jury. It's my intention just to give the hard copies to the jurors rather than putting anything on the screen.
Mr. Nelson, any objection to Exhibit 24?
Yes, as we discussed, but I understand Your Honor's ruling.
Yes, I've overruled the objection. We can talk more later. Members of the jury, Mr. Smestad is going to hand you the paper photographs from Dr. Froloff's examination. The photographs are evidence. Consider it as much as your sensibilities allow. It may be difficult to look at, so if you need to avert your eyes or set it aside, you may do so, but it is evidence, and I ask that you consider it as much as you are able to. Please share the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go back in the order they were in. It's clear.
Be a good idea to have them stapled so they don't become shuffled or paginate them.
Dr. Froloff, were any laboratory tests performed as part of the autopsy process?
Yes, I performed full toxicology on this gentleman.
And what were the results of the toxicology that was done for Isaac Schuman?
He was positive for ethanol and BAC, blood alcohol concentration. It's 0.219.
Did he have any other substances in his blood?
No, there is no other substances or drugs.
In your field, forensic pathology, what does the term cause of death refer to?
We have to express opinion about cause of the death. Basically, it's how people die in the case of, for example, people die from heart attack. That's cause of the death.
And what does the term manner of death mean in your field?
In matter of the death, it's how cause of the death came to be. And in the case of the heart attack, that's going to be natural death.
Based on the autopsy you performed of Isaac Schuman, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was this cause of death?
In my opinion, cause of the death is stab wound to the left chest.
And based on the autopsy you performed of Isaac's body, were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
In my opinion, manner of the death, in this case, it's a homicide.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for the doctor. I'm going to move, oh, pardon me. Oh. As part of your examination of Isaac, did you measure his height and weight?
Yes, we measure length of the body, not height, but length of the body and weight, yes.
And what was the length of the body and the weight for Isaac Schuman?
He was weighted 134 pounds.
Do you remember how tall he was, how long he was?
And again, we measure length of the body. It's a little bit different than height, 6.1.
And the evidence that you gathered from Mr. Schuman, was that turned over to the sheriff's office?
I believe, evidence, and we collect, the trace evidence in this case was released to, I believe, on the 2nd of August to sheriff's office, yes.
Did you, as part of your examination of Isaac, take any DNA samples?
Again, in every case, we collect, in this case, we collect sexual assault kit, but basically we collect hair, buccal swabs inside of the oral cavity called buccal swabs, suitable for DNA, yes.
And were those items also turned over to the sheriff's department?
I believe so, yes.
And getting back to the injury to Isaac's chest, you measure how deep that injury is?
Yes, I measure depth of the wound. It's 11 centimeters. It's approximately 4.3 inches.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 24, 61. The two on the bench here, if I can approach.
24 is already received. Any objection to 61? I think that's the preliminary
No
report.
objection to the CV.
17 is 60.
Oh, excuse me, 61 was the CV. That's received. What was the other exhibit?
60 is the provisional report, no objection. 17 is the final report, no objection.
Both received.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
You're a medical examiner?
Good morning, Counselor. I'm not a medical examiner, official position, assistant medical examiner.
In general, your role is you're a medical examiner. I understand you have a title and a position, but your role is you're an ME, right?
I'm an assistant medical examiner, yes, for Ramsey County. That's official position.
Okay. And you're here to tell us essentially two things. One is that Isaac Schuman's deceased, right?
He
You
was.
agree with that?
Yes, I agree. He was deceased before I started autopsy, yes.
And another, essentially what you're here to say is how he died, correct?
Yes.
As you said, you want to know what happened, correct?
We like to know what happened, yes.
And as part of that, you do an autopsy, you examine the body, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes that helps to figure out what happened, correct?
You're correct, yes.
You would agree that it's unusual in your field to have a video of what happened, agreed?
Well, lately we have more and more videos because everything on cameras. But yes, sometimes videos taken at the time of the incident, yes.
And obviously, you would agree that a video is helpful for all of us to determine what happened, right?
Again, my job to determine cause and matters of death, express my opinion, and videos sometimes important, yes.
Did you see the video in this case?
I did not observe any videos.
Have you ever observed any photos or frames from that video?
I prefer not to. I was not offered, but I was told by prosecution that video available, but I denied. I didn't observe video.
Okay. And again, just to summarize, your opinion is he died due to a penetrating stab wound to his left chest, correct?
In the final report, I said exsanguination, basically bleeding to the death to the stab wound to the left chest. You're correct.
Medical examiners, even assistant medical examiners, is there a board certification process for that position?
It's It depends on which field, yes.
Okay. In your field, there's a board certification process, sir?
Yes.
Are you board certified?
I'm a diplomat of the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators.
Are you board certified as a medical examiner?
There is no board certification for medical examiners, board certification for forensic pathology.
You talked about manner of death and cause of death, is that right?
Yes,
And I think, just so we know, again, just cause of death is stab wound to the left chest, in simple terms, correct?
you are correct, yes.
And then the manner is, as you said, how that cause came to be, agreed?
Yes.
And that's a medical term, correct?
It's a forensic term, yes.
A forensic medical term, correct?
Sure.
It's not a legal term, correct?
It's not a legal term, no.
And the cause of death, there are essentially, you have 4 options, 5 options?
No, for manner of the death, we have.
Yes,
For
I
cause of
apologize.
death, it's indefinitive. For manner of the death, we have limited options, yes.
Absolutely. So manner of death, there's limited options, only 5?
We can choose from the natural death, accidental death, suicidal death, homicidal death. And if I cannot determine, I can say it's undetermined death. You're correct.
Okay. So there is no determination that you can make, that you're qualified to do, as to whether or not the homicide occurred as a result of self-defense. Agreed?
Oh, I never testified that it's self-defense or as an issue. Homicide, basically, from forensic point of view, it's meaning life taken by another person.
Sure. And again, that's outside of your field, whether it's self-defense. Agreed?
Yes, I never testified about self-defense, yes.
Okay. In this situation, you examined Isaac Schuman's body, and part of that was the toxicology. Is that right?
Yes,
And you determined that his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219. Agreed?
it's not me, it's a lab.
A lab that you rely on and in your work, correct?
Yes,
So based upon your relying on that lab, you agree his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219.
that is correct.
And you're aware that the legal limit for adults permitted to drink alcohol is 0.08, correct?
In the state of Wisconsin, driving legal limit, it's 0.08. You're correct.
So this would be over 2.5 times the legal limit, correct?
Yes,
All right. Now, you talked about the wound and you described that. Agreed?
yes,
The manner in which somebody would receive a stab wound is a dynamic process. You agree?
you're correct, yes.
There would be, you're not here to tell anybody about the amount of force that was used to cause that wound. Agreed?
It's usually hard to determine force apply in the cases like that, yes.
And part of the reason that it's hard to determine is because the process is so dynamic, correct?
Oh, it's not just dynamic, it's nature of the weapon and so on and so on.
And at least part of it, and I understand there might be more complications, part of it is that it might be one object going into another object. It might be 2 objects moving towards each other, correct? Those are at least 2 of the possible dynamics involved.
If you mean objects, it's humans, right?
Correct, and I
People-
apologize.
people.
A person
And person.
And the knife. You're absolutely right. I apologize. You agree?
It's dynamic process, yes.
And so part of that, to try to measure, if one was to try to think about that force, you'd have to know whether the person who's receiving that wound, in what direction they're moving, correct?
It's so many things you need to consider, yes.
You would agree, though, if the person receiving the wound is moving towards the knife, that's going to impact how the injury occurs. Agreed?
Yes,
If the person receiving the wound is reaching out, that's going to impact the wound that is received.
I can't speculate because, it's possibility, but again, I'm here to express opinion about cause and matters of death. and I never, observed this incident. Sure, but again, it's really hard to tell what happened because I don't know what happened exactly.
I understand, but you were here to say a certain depth of the wound, and that was something that you pointed out to the jury, correct?
Depth of the wound, it's easy to measure, and
Absolutely.
it's objective kind of things.
Sure. So you would agree, though, it's fair for me to ask you questions about how it may have came to be that the wound became that deep? That's a fair question, you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Are you fine with that?
Until, some points, yes.
Yeah. And so that may have occurred if a body is moving towards that knife, that's going to impact the depth of the wound. Agreed?
Yes.
If a 6'1", 130-pound, 34 person is moving towards into that knife, that might make the knife go deeper, correct?
It's again, I can't predict how deep exactly, but it's possibility, yes.
Sure. And certainly if that person, 6'1", 134 pounds, is falling forward, so all their weight is going forward onto that knife, that's going to impact the force as well, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And certainly if the person who's holding the knife is falling backwards, that might impact the force involved to the wound, correct?
My guess, so it's possibility, yes.
And if the person with holding the knife who's falling backward, if they only reach out a small amount, that's going to impact the force that causes the depth of the wound, correct?
As I said, it's so many variables, I can't speculate. It's, I don't know. I'm in pathology again. I have to express opinion on the cause and manner of the death, and this is just like what potential could happen if I don't have a straight answer.
Correct. And part of what you do in medicine is sometimes you come up with hypotheses, right?
I don't come with the with hypothesis. It's just like I can official like statement. Like depth of the wound could be, like deeper than length of the blade, or shorter, or it's going to be equal. These are questions I can't answer. But what's potential happen at the time of the incident? It's endless possibilities. I don't know.
And you agree that the possibilities that I talked with you about, those are reasonable possibilities that if someone were to try to consider the force, should be considered. Agreed?
Sure.
Those are the only questions I have.
Mr. Smestad?
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Froloff. You may step down.
Am I excused, Your Honor?
You are excused. Yes.
Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Anybody need a short recess? Everyone looks okay?
Judge, I'd suggest a break now. Sorry.
The next witness, I think, will be lengthy, so it might be a good idea to take up.
Okay. In that event, then, let's recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:55.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, who has the photographs? Okay.
Oh, I'll grab them.
Yeah, Mr. Smestad will take them from
Did everybody get to see them?
No, there's still people.
I'll leave them on the bench. Just stuff them through.
Turn them over, please. We are in recess, 10 minutes.
And good morning from our Fox 9 streaming center. You're, of course, watching our Apple River stabbing trial, gavel-to-gavel coverage from Hudson, Wisconsin, St. Croix County Circuit Court on this Tuesday morning. We've just heard from the medical examiner, the assistant medical examiner in Ramsey County, so the city of St. Paul area, for those unfamiliar with our immediate market area. Isaac Schuman. Dr. Froloff conducted the autopsy. You heard the specifics there, the damage to the two ribs, the heart, cause of ruled a homicide, and that another human being took his life. It is not a legal determination. We have a soundbite queued up from the assistant medical examiner, Dr. Froloff. In case you missed his earlier testimony, let's take you right back into the courtroom for some of Dr. Froloff's testimony.
We like to know what happened, yes.
And as part of that, you do an autopsy, you examine the body, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes that helps to figure out what happened, correct?
You're correct, yes.
You would agree that it's unusual in your field to have a video of what happened, agreed?
Well, lately we have more and more videos because everything on cameras. But yes, sometimes videos taken at the time of the incident, yes.
And obviously, you would agree that a video is helpful for all of us to determine what happened, right?
Again, my job to determine cause and matters of death, express my opinion, and videos sometimes important, yes.
Correct. Did you see the video in this case?
I did not observe any videos.
Have you ever observed any photos or frames from that video?
I prefer not to. I was not offered, but I was told by prosecution that video available, but I denied. I didn't observe video.
Okay. And again, just to summarize, your opinion is he died due to a penetrating stab wound to his left chest, correct?
In the final report, I said exsanguination, basically bleeding to the death, to the stab wound to the left chest. You correct?
All right, so let's set the stage at this point. Dr. Froloff, we have been told now the state could have changed its mind overnight and thought of another witness to call, but the state had two witnesses in line for today to wrap up their case. One was the assistant medical examiner, Victor Froloff there. The second one is Lieutenant Brandy Hart. The lieutenant did the jailhouse interrogation with Nicolae Miu after his arrest on July 30th, 2022. The statements he made during that interrogation, I believe it was over 70 minutes at the jail, are damning. He lies, and the defense has acknowledged during opening statements that Nicolae Miu lied during his interrogation in custody, that the kids had the knife and that he took it off of them, that his reaction, again, they're claiming self-defense, not that that's a lie, that's their defense, but the idea that it wasn't his knife, he didn't have a knife at that point, those statements are going to come in. So we anticipate the last state witness coming up is Lieutenant Brandy Hart. You just heard Aaron Nelson, Miu's defense attorney, Brandy Hart. The case, presumably then the state would rest, and then it would be in the defense hands. And then the question becomes when and if, and then the assumption is they will put Nicolae Miu on the witness stand. Do you put him on right away? Does the defense have more witnesses this day? We'll have to watch as it unfolds, but it certainly sets up the prospects of, we hear from Brandy Hart on the interrogation, the statements he made in the immediate aftermath, perhaps the misleading statements, the lying statements, and then all of a sudden we could go right to Nicolae Miu himself. So it would be a fascinating sort of ping-ponging situation for this jury to see and listen to in that courtroom. That's at least in my anticipation, is what I'm expecting today. Again, there could be some surprises. The state may have a last rethought their case and maybe have an additional witness. Perhaps the defense has one or two more character type witnesses or someone else on the river that day they want to call before getting into Miu. That's how the rest of this day stacks up. We want to take a moment. Again, the court in recess for about 10 minutes. I want to go back to some testimony from yesterday from Isaac Schuman's good friend, Owen Peloquin. Owen is on the river. He's tubing with Isaac Schuman. We heard his account of what happened, his belief that Miu struck Madison Cohen. Madison Cohen punched her in the face, and that's what really escalated the physical confrontation between the two groups. While we have a moment, we want to keep our viewers updated and remind them what's happened. Not everybody's watching our coverage every single minute. Let's go back to some testimony from Monday morning, this Owen Peloquin.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, Judge.
Would you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your answer was
Yeah.
you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Miu say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless. Like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Miu call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
And did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket, if you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an honest answer.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife. And I tried to pull some people back.
You can go by, can't you?
We could have, yes.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
right?
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right. You guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
It was all so quick, and like I don't really feel like no one really leaving that situation says it was all so quick, and the commotion was just like everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on, and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
You wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Juwan Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Right. You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for like a camera, like a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
I do not.
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, you got 10 seconds? Remember that?
I don't recall that.
Did you say that?
I did not.
Okay. So Mr. Miu moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to see through?
Just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Right. You want to see you want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to
is.
leave. Also, the two girls that were talking to him alone. Like, I mean, there's just so much stuff. Like, you couldn't really say like we should just leave, because I don't know who would just leave in that situation. Because it was all so quick.
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Objection, Your Honor, is a question.
Well, it was a question. Overruled.
Right?
Could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
Oh, you guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes.
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling it how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us, and
So you were paying him back.
I wouldn't say paying him back, no.
Well, would you agree you guys are around him? All pointing at him, chanting at him.
Mr. Smestad, I understand you wanted to talk about something too?
And with that, we're going to dump out of yesterday's Owen Peloquin testimony. Let's listen into the court. Judge Michael Waterman is back on the bench.
Testimony prior to me being on board, so just Attorney Anderson has some things
Okay.
to clear up before we start our testimony.
All right, before we get ahead, let's talk about the Exhibit 24. Mr. Nelson, you objected to 2 of the photographs.
Yes, Judge, I made an objection under 90403 to the last 2 photographs of the 12 photograph package. Your Honor overruled my objection.
Mr. Smestad, anything you want to add?
No.
The way I looked at it is the photographs were I don't know what the right word is, but they were part of the internal examination, and I understand that Mr. Nelson believed that they were potentially unfairly prejudicial against his client. I overruled the objection because the state has the burden of proof. One of the elements of proof is death at the hands of Mr. Miu. Although the defense may not be aggressively contesting that point, the state still has the burden of proving it. The photographs in question went directly to the cause of death and Dr. Froloff's opinions. So for that reason, I concluded that it was relevant. And because it was so relevant, it outweighed the potential prejudice to Mr. Miu. All right.
Judge, lastly, the defense has no objection to those photos being sealed.
It's fine with us.
All right. Okay.
I should note, Judge, not all the jurors have seen the photos yet. I think that they went out for their break before.
Right.
So when they come in, I'll give them back to whoever hasn't seen them yet.
All right. I'll make a note of that and make sure that the photos are available. What's the next issue?
Are they being sealed then?
You give me a legal basis. I need more than just
Chapter 950?
your preference. We're not going to deal with it right now. Okay, I don't want to deal with it right now. There are considerations beyond the attorney's agreement when sealing records. There's very few circumstances when I can seal records from the public. And I want to be mindful of that because there is more interests at play here than just the attorneys, Mr. Miu's and mine. Next topic, Mr. Smestad, Mr. Anderson.
So, Lieutenant Hart testified at the preliminary hearing. Pretty much, part of it was about her interview. A good chunk of it was summarizing the video. So, I just want to make sure, given the court's ruling previously, that there's not going to be questions of her interpretation of the video when she wasn't there. That's a question for the jury. Also, we're going to play the entire interview from the very start until the interview ends when Lieutenant Hart leaves. There's like approximately 15 minutes or so after that where the camera keeps running that we're not going to play. But it incorporates part, going over Miranda with Miu. So I just want to make sure there's not going to be any questions suggesting that his right to an attorney was violated. It's irrelevant. The court has already ruled that it wasn't, that he waived knowingly, intelligently his right to counsel.
Who wants to speak?
I wasn't planning on challenging a Miranda issue at this point. I do think, however, that the video should be played in its entirety. And what I mean by that is, there's a period of time where the video is still running. Lieutenant Hart leaves the room, and Mr. Miu is speaking on the tape. And he makes some statements on that. There's no reason that the jury shouldn't get to hear those. They're relevant. They go to his state of mind. And I'm asking that the court, if they're going to play the tape, they play the entirety of the tape. I'm going to play it if they don't play it, I guess. And I think that the rule of completeness would require that the entirety of the video be played for the fact finder.
Mr. Anderson?
They have no legal basis. If we didn't want to admit the video at all, they have no legal basis to admit the hearsay statements of their client. He's not a party opponent for them. Rule of completeness is not a Trojan horse around hearsay. There's a case that I cited to in our motion in limine where it was a tax evasion case, and the defendant said, admitted to not paying taxes, but said it was because the accountant has access to all the records. The state admitted the first statement that he admitted to not paying, and the defense was not allowed to get in the but because it's self-serving. Here, it's not even part of an interview. I think from my stance, I thought about playing it because he's clearly continuing the acting show. But it's 15 minutes of him sitting there and mumbling to himself, and I think it's not a good use of our time, so I'm not putting it in. They have no authority to put it in. It's hearsay.
What is the authority beyond completeness?
Well, I think that's what it is, Judge. It's if they play a portion of the video, I think the rule of completeness would allow me to play the rest of it to put it into context.
Yeah, what's the context that's missing, though?
The context that's missing is I don't believe Lieutenant Hart didn't tell Mr. Miu that he was being recorded upon leaving. He makes statements which support his defense. Okay? He makes statements to himself, not knowing he's recorded. Why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? He's saying that to himself. Unbeknownst, I think, that he's being recorded. And I think if you're going to play portions of it, which are, according to the state, would be considered incriminating, the idea that the video in its entirety should be played in order to give the jury a complete and accurate record of, in fact, what he said.
The rule of completeness is meant to prevent distortion. So an example where the rule of completeness would perfectly apply is if, say, there's a bank robbery. Defendant says, yeah, I was at the bank, but that was a month before. If we just admitted, yeah, I was at the bank, and then argued, oh, he's admitting to being at the scene, rule of completeness would allow the rest of the statement, because otherwise we're clearly distorting his statement. So nothing about this implicates the rule of completeness.
All right, this time I'm going to rule that the state is not obligated to play the entire video. It's part of the state's case. The state is entitled to play the portions it believes support its case, and the state is under no legal obligation to play the entire video. I disagree that the rule of completeness applies in this circumstance. My understanding of the rule of completeness is to prevent words from being taken out of context, similar to the example that Mr. Anderson gave. It doesn't mean that if you play part of a video, you have to play all of the video. And clearly, Mr. Miu's statements to himself are hearsay and would otherwise be inadmissible if offered by Mr. Miu. So that's my ruling. If the circumstances require revisiting that ruling, we may. Anything else?
I didn't hear anything from defense that they're not going to be asking Lieutenant Hart's interpretation of the video. She also hadn't seen the video at the time of the interview.
She testified at the preliminary examination. She provided a statement under oath. And I think if she denies certain things, I should be able to impeach her with that. And I think the area that the state doesn't want me to get into is when Lieutenant Hart says he's surrounded on all sides. He has no route of escape. They want that because it affects the retreat instruction. And she testified to that under oath that that in fact was true.
How is it relevant, though? How is Lieutenant Hart's conclusions and observations from watching the video relevant?
Because it goes to what a reasonable person believed.
Well, I don't mean to be flippant here, but
No.
she's not the reasonable person standard.
But
It's
she's
more
a-
objective than that, than what Lieutenant Hart
sorry,
thinks.
Judge?
It's broader than what Lieutenant Hart thinks.
Right, but I think that her observations that he had no means of escape. The state's going to argue that he could have left.
And you
That
can still
he
argue
walked
that.
away. I understand he can argue it, but one of their investigators is saying that's not true. He didn't have a means of escape. Once the attack started, which is where the retreat instruction kicks in, she testified under oath at a preliminary examination. The crowd worked their way behind him. I asked her, so would you agree at that point there was no means of leaving? And she said, yes, that's true.
Again, I'm ruling that to be inadmissible, and this is a ruling that I've made with all of the witnesses, and that is we're not commenting on what the witness observes in the video. We're not taking a poll of witnesses to get their opinions and their conclusions about what they see and what they think happened. Lieutenant Hart was not a participant. She played no role in the events on the Apple River. She is an observer of the video, just like anybody else in this courtroom, just like anybody sitting on the jury. And it is the jury's opinion about what they see that matters, not what Lieutenant Hart thinks, or what I think, or what some other witness thinks they see in the video. So that's why I don't think it's relevant, and that's why I've not allowed the witnesses to ask, or the attorneys to ask witnesses to comment on what they think and conclude based on observations in the video. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Trofasi?
We're not going to try to move any transcript, correct?
We weren't planning on it, but I guess it depends on how it goes.
Well, it's an inaccurate transcript with 10 minutes cut out of the video, the one that we received, so I would object to the transcript being provided.
Okay. So that's noted. If we get to that point, we'll have to take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right, let's bring them in. I'll address the exhibit when they come in.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. All right, we're back in session with the attorneys, Mr. Miu, and 14 jurors. Members of the jury, we took our break before all of you looked at the exhibit, number 24. It's there on the rail. If you want to continue passing it amongst yourselves, you may. Once you are finished, once everyone has seen it and you're finished with the exhibit, just turn it upside down, place it on the rail, or place it on the floor so that we know that you're done. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Lieutenant Hart.
Lieutenant, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
You state your name for the record, please,
Yes, Brandy Hart, H-A-R-T.
and what's your occupation?
I am the Special Services Lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
What are your general duties as a Special Services Lieutenant?
I supervise our 9 investigators, our 7 deputies in court services, and the evidence room.
How many years have you been with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
25.
What roles have you held over those years?
I started in the jail. I worked there for 3 years. I went to patrol for 6 years. After that, I was promoted to investigations, where I spent 14 years before I became a lieutenant.
How many years have you been a lieutenant?
2.5.
Do you recall July 30th, 2022?
I do.
Were you on duty that day?
No,
Did you get called in?
I did.
In your current role, would you normally be involved in an investigation of this sort?
Yes,
Did you get contacted regarding the stabbings on the Apple River that day?
I did.
What was the information you were initially told?
Investigator Schultz called me and told me that there had been multiple stabbings on the Apple River.
Were you at home at the time?
I was doing yard work.
Did you get asked to come in?
Yes.
Were you given any specific duties or assignments?
At that point, we were just looking for manpower. The suspect hadn't been located, and we were going to formulate a plan.
What did you do? What was your part in the investigation?
I got to the Apple River about an hour after the first call came in, and at that point, Mr. Miu had been taken into custody, and his group was standing along the end of the river.
All right. What did you do when you got to the river?
I believe I spoke with some of my colleagues, and then I ended up taking Sandy Miu to the Somerset Police Department to interview her.
All right. And did you interview Sandy?
I did.
What did you do after that?
After that, I coordinated her getting back with her group. Some of them had come to the police department, and because all the other investigators were interviewing witnesses, I went to the jail.
All right. Were you asked to do anything specific at the jail?
I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Was that interview recorded?
It was
How was it recorded?
audio and video.
Were you wearing a body cam or was there some other system?
I have a recording device on my cell phone, and so I recorded the audio version that way, and then there's an overhead camera at the jail that recorded the video.
Do you remember what time it was that you interviewed Mr. Miu at the jail?
Yeah, it was about 10 to 8.
PM?
Yes.
At that point, had you seen Jawan Cockfield's video of what happened on the river?
I had not.
Did you know there was a video?
I did.
Did Mr. Miu know that?
Conjecture, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever, prior to your interview with him, did you tell him there was a video of the incident?
I did not.
And have you reviewed Exhibit 15?
I did.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, it's a copy of my interview with Mr. Miu at the jail.
Is it recorded on a specific kind of device?
Yes, it's on a thumb drive.
All right, Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 15 to the jury on the digital system.
Any objection to 15? No. All right, 15 is received.
there, are you Nick?
Yeah.
Hi Nick, my name is Brandy.
Hi.
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office, okay? You got some water, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you had anything to eat?
No.
Okay, let me,
I will wait for now.
Okay.
For food.
Are you sure?
I'm not hungry.
Okay. Well, if you get hungry,
Yeah.
just let these guys know, okay? Or let me know when I can,
I was just very, very thirsty.
yeah, I bet. Plus it was a long,
Out on the river drinking beer all day and not drinking any water.
and it's hot, and, yeah.
Yeah.
Being in the sun all day, doesn't matter if you're drinking beer. Sometimes it's, and then this, yeah. So I would imagine that you have some questions for me.
Well,
I am just gonna go through the rights form and, you know, let you know if you wanna answer any of my questions. We'll talk about that. I'm gonna record our conversation if you're okay with that.
of course.
Let's see, today is the 30th of July, and it is 7:53 p.m. How do you spell your first name?
Nicolae.
Okay.
Last
And
name, and no middle name.
no middle name, okay.
No.
And what's your last name?
M-I-U.
How do you spell, or how do you pronounce that?
Miu.
Okay. And what's your birthday? Do you like to be called Nikolai or Nick, or
Nick.
what? Nick, okay.
Yeah.
December
11th, 1969.
Okay, so that makes you
52.
52, thank you. What's your address, Nick?
5945 Hidden Oaks Circle, southeast.
Holy cats, that's a mouthful.
It's a long one, yeah.
Hidden Oak Circle.
Sure.
I don't even know if I have enough space in this thing.
You do, southeast.
Southeast? Oh, southeast, thank you for
Yeah,
correcting
no
me.
problem.
And that's
Prior Lake.
Prior Lake, okay. What's the zip code in Prior Lake?
55372.
Okay, and how about a phone number for you, Nick?
612-735-6317.
6317, and I understand you're married to Sandy,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Is she okay?
She is, yeah.
You talked to her?
I did talk to her. I talked to her for quite a while. I brought her to get dry clothes.
Where is she?
She is with Ernesto and Amy.
Okay, good. Good.
They're taking good care of her. And then
Titi, my puppy.
she's headed home to take care of the dog. And she's also with Ariel and who's his girlfriend?
Oh God, I don't even know.
Is it Tatiana?
No, Tatiana. Tatiana is another girl.
Okay.
But she's not.
Hold on,
with
they gave
Ariel.
me...
Yes,
Oh, Sandy didn't know Ariel's girlfriend's name.
neither do I.
Okay. But Ernesto and Amy
They-
came to where I was with Sandy, and they went and got the car. But I had brought Sandy to the car to
She
get
was
changed.
driving, right?
No, she was with me. I brought her from the river to the car
Okay.
so she could get clothes, and we brought the cooler back and put that in the car. So she's got all the stuff.
All right.
Are you working anywhere now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at Reach Engineering as a mechanical engineer.
And what kind of engineering? What was that?
Mechanical engineer.
Yeah, what's the name of your employer?
Oh, Richie,
R-I...
Tchie, engineering in Blooming. 55427, I think it is.
Okay. What was the last grade that you completed?
I have a bachelor's, and I have actually 2 degrees, one
Okay.
in engineering, one in mathematics.
Wow.
And I'm a class away from a master's in both. I'm not a dummy, and I've never had a run with the law, except when I got Will joke me
Okay.
to that.
So where did you get your degrees from, your undergraduate
South
degree?
Dakota State University.
Okay. So the Bison?
No, the Jackrabbit.
Oh, okay.
In Brookings.
And how about your master's degree? Where are you working on that?
I'm not working on it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I did pass the EIT so that I could work
Gotcha.
for the state as a licensed engineer, but I haven't had a chance to do that. For many years, I worked as a contracting engineer And then for the past 16 years, I've been working with Ritchie Engineering, where I met Sandy.
Okay. What does Ritchie Engineering do? Like, what do they manufacture?
What do we do? We do HVAC service equipment.
Okay.
Basically, we're the top tier of HVAC. We're like the top brand. And top brand for that is Yellow Jacket.
Okay. And is that for the parts?
The brand of yeah. Everything we make there, we make it under the Yellow Jacket brand.
Got it.
But
Okay.
the company name is Ritchie Engineering.
Okay.
So what I do everything from hoses, recovery machines, all the electronics. I talk to customers, I get business, I do the documentation, the design. It's a small company,
Okay.
so I like to do everything. Testing, evaluation, you name it. And
Wow.
16 years over there, and that's not even scratching the surface.
Really?
Well, I have bigger dreams now,
Yeah.
shattered, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened, I just don't, I can't talk about it. I need to go one step at a time.
Yep. And if you have any questions along the way, Nick, just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just...
How bad is it?
Well, can we get through this form and ask each other
Yes,
questions?
yes.
I want to maintain the integrity of
Yeah.
this investigation and your rights, and, you know, so I want to get through this form, and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm going to turn this around. I'll give you this pen. What I'll have you do is I'm going to read each. You seem to speak excellent English.
Yeah.
You can read.
Yeah, and
I would imagine.
Miranda rights,
Yeah.
which have not been read to me when I was put in the car. Is that right?
And that's okay, as long as they weren't asking you any questions, they don't need to.
Oh.
But I'd like to ask these questions, so that's why we're going to go through this right now,
All right.
okay? So I'll let you have that pen, and so I'm going to read these to you, okay?
Mhm.
You have the right to remain silent.
Or just the...
You can check mark it, or some people put their initials. You know, we'll have you sign it at the bottom, so that's however you want to do that. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings.
Mhm.
You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statement or answering any question, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning.
Okay.
And also,
What-
stop me, I talk kind of fast.
Yeah, I was going to
Okay.
ask you about this one.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
when do I see one? When do I get one assigned to me?
You would get one assigned to you, the soonest would be on Monday.
Oh,
So that would be the soonest. And
working hours,
working
days,
hours, yeah, pretty much, is how that works.
Okay.
So if you cannot afford to pay for an attorney, you may be eligible to be represented by an attorney from the office of the state public defender. If you desire an attorney from that office, you should contact their local office.
And that information would be provided to me, or?
Yes,
would I have to-
so what happens is, the jail provides that information every day to the public defender's office, like here's who's on the list.
Okay.
So some people come into jail and they either have a lawyer already because of other things, or they know a lawyer, or they're gonna find their own. So these guys will let you use the phone if that's
I'll ask
kind of where you're at.
Sandy to look for me, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Oh gosh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because I'm not going to see you and talk to
Yeah,
anybody.
nope, that's fine. If you decide to answer questions now, with or without an attorney, you still have the right to stop the questioning at any time, or stop the questioning for the purpose of consulting an attorney.
Yeah, I'd like to do that at some point.
Okay. You can just check mark that, we went over that. However, you may waive the right to remain silent, and you may answer questions now without an attorney. You can just check mark that I read that to you. You're not agreeing to anything right now. This is just that I stated these things to you. So this says the above rights have been read to me. I have initialed each paragraph, or in your case, check mark, to show that I understand each of my rights. I have received a copy of this form. So
After I sign it.
you sign it, and then I'm going to sign it, Nick, and then I'm going to give you a copy of it. All right, I'll sign here. And I've got 8:01. All right, do some of that. Okay.
military time.
Hi, sorry, do you want me to write it regular? Okay.
No.
I get so caught up in used to that.
Yeah.
My friends don't like it because in my vehicle, my own vehicle that I drive, it's military time, and so they're always asking me what
Everything
time.
I have is military because I came from Europe. And
Oh, sure.
everything
Yeah,
is they call it military, but it's not military. It's
Right, it's the,
the proper time.
exactly. Well, good, at least then you know what it means then when I put the time on there like that. So I would like to ask you questions about your day today, what happened, you know, like how you guys got to be on the Apple River today, and then like what your day was like. It's up to you if you're willing to answer questions. If you decide that, yep, I'll answer questions right now, and in 10 minutes you don't want to answer anymore, you just need to tell me that, okay? And if you don't want to answer questions right now, then that's fine too, and I will leave. It's up to you.
All I can say, it was self-defense. Self-defense. There were lots of people that came on to me. Self-defense, and they produced 2 weapons. One I took from them.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can tell. And they hit me, and they were on top of me, and I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. I ran away to my group. There were actually people coming over from my group to see what was going on. I said, nothing, just get back on. And they kept asking, and I said, nothing. I didn't explain to them anything because I was so fearful. I didn't know what these people would be doing to us. I've never been in a situation like this, where people produce weapons and they were saying, they were calling, I don't remember, but they said, don't run from us, don't do this, you're a child molester, you're this. And I said, are you people drunk? Or you're a child molester. I said, the only thing I remember in my mind is, if I'm a child molester, should you be drinking? Should you be drinking alcohol and doing what you're doing to people that you don't even know, attacking them? And I said, if I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol, you know? And they took I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away, they threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants. One wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto him. And I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife, kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me, I took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
But it was smaller?
Smaller, yes.
Okay.
So, that's all.
How did you get to be by them? Or who are these people?
So, Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags? That
Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone had one, but his phone was in the floater, so he says, well, let's go look for it. So I put my snorkel on, and I looked, and this guy found something. And they were talking about it, and I said, okay.
This group of people?
This group of people,
gotcha.
yeah. I went over and I said, did you guys find the phone? And if you did, can I see it? Can I identify it? And they started calling me names. They got off of their tubes. They came at me. I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone? And I saw they had found something, all right? And I don't know if there was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group.
Okay.
You know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it, and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me or calling me child molester and something with, something like that. And I went back. I actually, after this incident, don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me, and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode, and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened, and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened. The only thing they said, well, look, somebody got in an argument over there. Like, yep, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like, where you were looking for the phone, like, and where was Ernesto and Sandy, and where was this group? Maybe it would help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many. There were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here. And
So you guys were in the water?
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is the
That's the direction you were
yeah.
going. Okay. So your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like, how do you know the phone's missing?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. I yelled.
Oh, okay.
I lost my phone. And so, well, you didn't lose it. It's floating down the
Because it's
river.
in that bag.
Yeah, so let's go find it, you know. And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone, and I said, that's okay, I have my snorkeling gear. And then I heard this guy say that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed him. I kept looking, and then I came up, I came looking, and then they started yelling and screaming, and I said, did you guys find something? And I thought they did. And I know they did, because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down, they got off their tubes, they came after me, they pushed me, one of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yeah.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there. But
Were these guys stopped?
Yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
Was it, how deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around with the
Oh,
phone?
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything
Really?
through my goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, they grabbed them off my face and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles.
Oh, good, thank you.
And the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep. Are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel
Yeah.
goggles, right?
Yeah, I had them
Okay.
over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do they look like? Just to make sure we have the right ones. White?
Well, transparent plastic with the white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think
Is that it?
I think we have them.
Okay.
Was there any? Did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the truth, when they started hitting me and pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife, I thought that was it for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I swung back.
What did you do with it?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know. Absolutely, I don't know. I don't know if he got it back. I have absolutely no idea.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember.
Okay.
You were so close.
Sure.
And one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it and I poked him with his own hand. And then I took it from his hand and then I went and swung like this. So I don't know who I hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit. Because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was wondering what just happened, was it? And I didn't want to tell them anything.
just because you didn't want to?
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want my group to go say, well, we're going to go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk. I believe they were too drunk and too set on going after people, I think.
What were these guys doing? Did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were getting punched or?
Well, they saw the scuffle because at one point Ernesto was coming towards me like, hey man, did you find anything? And I said, no, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know. And he says, okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday. You were concerned about getting the phone. And like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, I don't know, I'm just going to go late to sit in my thing. And then Sandy said, okay, are you okay? And I said, I don't want to talk about it. You know, and then they asked me, hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down? And I said, I want to go down. And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, well, we're calling the police, and I think they called the police.
Okay.
One or two, I don't know.
Did you see any of that? What was going on?
No.
When they decided to call the police?
No.
Okay. Did you have a knife with
No,
you?
no, absolutely.
Okay.
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people or I put it back in my truck.
Okay.
Yeah. So it may have been, I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any knives. So.
But you have one with you today, right?
The what?
A knife to cut. How did that?
I think it's in my car.
Okay.
Yeah. I think.
Did you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. It may be in one of the bags we had with us. It may have been in I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of, I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But they say string is cheap.
Well, they probably don't want you to have straps.
But they told me, they said, yeah, if you have straps, there was a kid over there. If you have straps, no problem, but the string is free. So I said, okay, I'll take the string.
Okay.
You know, and then I took the straps back. So, because straps can puncture the...
Yeah.
So I had a whole bag of straps that I took back to my car.
Okay, and so maybe the knife was with the straps?
Probably.
Do you have any cuts or marks on you? Have you had a chance to look at your torso or?
Somebody was telling me that I'm bleeding from my ear, from my left ear.
Who told you that?
Oh, I think it was Amy. They said, make your bleeding from your left ear. I went like this, I went in the water, I cleaned, and then I don't see any blood. You know, and I don't know if you see any cuts, but I
don't.
Yeah, so I don't know why I was bleeding from my ear.
But Amy saw blood?
I think she says you're bleeding from your ear, Nick. And then I cleaned and I said, look, there is nothing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it was blood or if it was weeds she saw. I have no idea. We were like, she was on the other side and I was just...
Yeah, so she's over here, right?
She's over here, yeah, right here.
Oh, so she's closest, Amy's over here, closest to the shore?
Yeah.
Okay.
With Ernesto right here. And I was over here somewhere in one of these.
Okay, and you got back in that tube then when it was time to go?
Got back in my own tube, yes.
Okay. Did Ernesto come and get you?
No.
Like, did anybody know that you were getting
No.
punched, or
No. No.
was anybody?
They wanted to talk to me about the phone, if I found the phone, and what did those guys say, and I said, they probably did, they don't want to give it up, they attacked me, and that's it. And then I said, let's go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So they don't know what happened here.
You didn't tell anybody?
No.
Okay.
No. You're the first one to know.
Okay.
That's why probably Amy and everybody else is so surprised.
Well, they're worried about you.
Yeah.
I mean, and even Ernesto was like, I don't know how the hell this happened.
They don't know anything because I didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Everything happened so fast. I really don't remember why they attacked me. I don't know why they took my snorkel away. I don't know why one of them wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they were being so mean. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And why did they want to scare me with a knife? I just don't know why they're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and you know what they did.
So was it 2 males that had knives?
I
The
saw 2
men?
males.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And were they both from this group, or do you even,
No,
do you even know?
well, that I don't know.
Okay.
One of them was from this group. The one
Okay.
that I took the smaller knife from, I think was from this group.
Okay, so you took the smaller knife.
From one of them.
And is that the one that you said that you kind of went,
Yes.
basically like?
Oh, I was going like this. I wanted out. They were coming and they were punching me and they were circling me and they came really close. They were pushing me in the water and I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know if I was holding it right. I just grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it. So I feared for my life.
It sounds like.
I was very shocked. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't even say anything to anybody. I had locked jaw. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know how this happened, how I got away from all that.
So when they were pushing you in the water, did you go underwater, or did you remain
tripped.
standing?
No, I tripped.
Okay.
I tripped and I fell in the water a couple of times, yes.
Where on your body did they hit you?
In the back of my back. And I know one of the girls came over and splat me right over my right ear. I couldn't even see what they were doing because I was tripping over the stones, and I was falling down, and they were just jumping on me.
I'm going to show you a picture and see if you...
I was fearing for my life. I'm still fearful that they're gonna find out who I am and go do something to Sandy. And possibly some of these people over here. I fear that somehow they're gonna find out who I am and continue their whatever that was. And I don't know why they're so hateful. And I just don't get it. I mean, this is the second time I come to the river, the first time for my wife, and I promised her it was going to be a beautiful outing and nothing to fear. We had lots of booze. She didn't drink because she was the designated driver. But most of us did. And there was another girl that didn't drink on the other party because they wanted to drive home. We ate well, we had music, everything was so good, so good, so good. Of course, I had a lot of alcohol. Who doesn't? You know,
Well, you had a sober ride. So,
yeah.
And I don't smell it on you. Were you drinking beer or vodka or what?
No.
Okay.
We don't do hard liquor because then we dehydrate too fast and then we get cramps.
Okay.
So after my quadruple bypass, I still have cramps.
Oh, yikes. Quadruple bypass? How long ago was that?
A year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you see any wires in my chest, in my sternum, that's from the wire.
Really? You have a pacemaker in there too or anything? No?
Mm-mm. I tell you the truth, I'm scared because I'm not in the best of health, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just going down the river. Probably should not have even drank that much beer, but the doctor never said don't drink.
Sure.
You know, especially beer, you can have as much as you want in moderation. I was in cold water,
Yep.
you know. So, but, you know,
Yeah, yikes.
And then missing vein here, and then from my leg.
That's what they used to,
Yeah, take it here, take it from here, cut it in half, that's two. The same thing from my leg, cut it in half, use the other two, so it's quadruple bypass.
wow,
Yeah, I was dead. My heart stopped 5 hours.
wow. Have you had a heart attack that
Mhm.
prompted that?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
yikes.
So I was in pretty bad shape.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
I bet Sandy was pretty scared.
She was, because I was in the hospital for quite some time.
I bet.
At Methodist Hospital. But they did a great job, you know, and Methodist Hospital is probably one of the best hospitals for heart
Yeah, I've heard that.
surgeries. If you know somebody, I'll point them to Methodist.
Yeah, my father-in-law had heart surgery there too. He had a heart
Yeah,
attack a few years
yeah.
ago, and that's where he
So,
went.
yeah.
Do you need some more?
No, that's it.
Are you sure? I got an actual fresh bottle here, so you want it?
Yes, please.
I can't travel without one. It's brand new too. I didn't drink out of it yet,
I
so.
understand. Thank you so
I
much.
probably am gonna drink out of it now, so you can have
Yes.
that, and this is gonna be
I
my
really
part.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I take a medication that makes me really, really thirsty, so I have bottles of water rolling around in my back
do
seat,
too.
I've got them in the door
I'm supposed to
pocket.
I'm supposed to take mine, but they're at home, and I don't know when I'm gonna take them.
Okay, so you have medication that you
Oh,
need?
yeah.
Okay.
5 medication.
'Cause I can call Sandy and see,
Oh, I'm not gonna have her drive over here.
well, I might be able to send somebody to go get them,
Oh,
just so that they get back here, and I mean, I'm
she's so
sorry.
shaken right now, she is probably...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, but we need to make sure you have your medication.
Yeah, but I would, like I said, I wouldn't have her drive.
Yeah, yep, I might be able to send somebody there to get them. What medications do you take, Nick?
Oh, my God.
Are they all heart-related, or some do different
Well,
things?
2 of them are heart-related.
Okay.
Yeah. One is aspirin.
That's heart-related, right? This
Yeah.
blood thinning?
Yeah.
Yep.
Potassium, because I'm getting lots of muscle cramps.
Okay, that's 4.
There is one. There's another one. I'll tell you when I remember.
Okay, no worries. Were you on your phone at all during your day today? I know that Sandy didn't bring her phone.
I took some pictures.
Okay.
Then I put it away. Sandy does not like to take a lot of pictures because then they get posted on
Facebook or Instagram or something?
Yeah. But I'm okay if they take them, if they post them. Yeah. I did take a few, didn't have a chance to do anything with them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was not on the phone, I didn't call anybody.
Okay, did you use your phone around the time,
No.
like right before, you were looking for the phone or anything like that?
Not me.
Okay.
Not like these guys are constantly on their phones. That's why IDL lost his.
Because he was on it too much?
People can't enjoy life, nowadays going down the river without being on their phones. Of course, they take a lot of pictures, but the picture is not the same experience as being there, so I don't know.
So do you think the pictures that you took were like at the beginning of your journey, or where do you think?
We did take, I took a couple of group ones where they have that music place in the bathrooms.
Okay.
We made a stop there to eat sandwiches. There were a lot of people over there. That beach was completely full. Lots of people there, lots of people. It was a beautiful day, except
It was.
this. And this now, we'll probably close that place down.
You think so?
Yes. Well, I don't know what resulted of it, because I don't know.
Is this you?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think was happening at that time?
They were fighting me. They pointed the knife at me. They pointed the knife at me. Both boys pointed the knife at me.
Okay. Did you see anyone take this picture of you?
No, God, no. I was actually very, very scared.
Yeah.
I was very scared. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what they were doing and why. I mean, I understand they were drunk, but you get drunk, I get drunk, we all get drunk. We don't do that kind of stuff, especially on a family a river like this, family outing. We don't do that kind of stuff. But I was very, you see, I was very, very scared. I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Did you see the woman that hit you in the ear? Did you see her at all?
No. I turned around, she hit me again.
Okay, do you remember what her bathing suit looked like?
No.
What she was wearing?
She was just yelling at me and calling me child molester. That's how it all started. They kept calling me a child molester. I don't know, out of the blue. And then they wanted to beat me up because they said I'm a child molester. And then my argument back to them was, if I'm a child molester and you're children, you shouldn't be drinking. You should not be out here drinking, okay? And doing what you're doing. Where are your parents?
Did they look like they were young?
Oh, I don't know. I think they look pretty young to me.
Okay.
I don't think they were of the age of drinking.
Really?
Yeah. I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't hang out with people like that. My generation and the people I hang out with are much older people.
Like Ernesto and Sandy?
Like Ernesto and Sandy and Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amy's probably one of the youngest ones there.
Sure.
45, and Sandy is 61.
Yeah.
So I'm younger, you know.
So you said that they were standing really close to you?
They were on top of me. They were pushing me, shoving me. I tripped. I fell down. I got up. And that's where I saw the one of the kids there. It was the closest kid with a knife, and I grabbed it from him.
And that was the smallest?
Yes, yes.
And he was in front of you. Was he as close as we are, or
he was closer. He was closer. He was closer. But as soon as he came with the knife, I grabbed the knife from him. And what I did then, I mean, I shouldn't show you, but I grabbed, twisted his arm and poked him with his own knife. Then I took it from him and I started swinging.
Okay.
So I swung. I don't even know who I hit.
Okay.
I don't know if I hit the girl that hit me twice in the head from behind. I don't know if I hit another kid. I don't know. They were just on top of me. They chased me, hitting me and yelling at me and calling me, insulting me. That's it.
Okay.
So I don't know what knife they had. I don't know. I just saw two knives. That's it. The longer one and the shorter one.
Okay.
I don't know where they are. I don't know who's got them. I don't know.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to get a sample of your DNA, because if these knives don't belong to you, I would imagine your DNA is not going to be on them.
Well, I touched one of them.
Yeah, you touched the one you grabbed.
Yeah, from the kid.
Him.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to give me a sample
Yes.
of your DNA? Okay.
Yeah. Is that the good thing?
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lawyer over here to ask.
Yeah, and certainly, so...
Should I wait?
Well, I've got a colleague that's in the process of writing a search warrant, so we're going to get it one way or another. I just thought if I could ask you, and we could just do it right now, I'll show you how to, what we would do.
I know what it is.
I would just get your DNA
Well,
sample. Yeah, it's like a big Q-tip.
Yeah.
We'd also like to do an exam, have a nurse examine your body.
That's absolutely okay.
Okay, and I want her to look in your ears, and I want her to look at your back, and, the people that are in these groups, we're going to try to collect evidence from them, because they might have your skin underneath their fingernails, or, we're going to do our best to get any evidence to, we still don't know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, and I know everything that happened in the river, so...
Well, yeah, there's that part of it, too, but...
Definitely.
Okay.
Yep, yeah.
Okay.
You can solve me.
Okay.
I just don't know if I had a lawyer present what he or she would say.
Well, I just want you to know that we would get it anyway. Okay. I've got a coworker that's writing a search warrant.
If you would get it anyway, then let's do it.
Okay, with the court order, or just let's do it now and get it
No,
done?
no, let's do it now and,
Okay.
and give you what you need
Okay.
to start your
Yeah.
proceedings or your search. Yeah.
Well, and yeah, I mean, if you sound like you were really afraid.
Yeah, I have a quadruple bypass. I have been out of shape. I have been in bed for a long time, for 6 months at least. I couldn't go to work. I'm not in the best. I mean, I was just floating down the river. Nothing much. Every once in a while, I got up so I could pee because I can't pee in the tent there. You know, shouldn't tell you that on camera, but yes, most people have to get off the thing. So I got out. I would get up and then hold on and then get back in. I mean, I don't do anything to stay in shape. I'm a guy that wants to survive and keep working at Reach Engineering, you know, and why these things happen, it's beyond me. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, why would that many people come down on one person that didn't absolutely do anything, take his goggles, almost one wanted to pull my pants down. So
Did your trunks have like a drawstring?
Yeah,
So they
yeah.
didn't come down?
Oh, no. They came down a little bit, but no, because I have a drawstring on it, so yeah, they couldn't pull it down. But why? All of a sudden, they were like wolves around me, and they were attacking me from all directions, and I truly feared for my life. I didn't know what to do. I mean, these guys were talking over there. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I was just.
Which guys are you talking?
My
your
guys.
Okay.
My guys. So, and they were quite a bit distance, so they didn't see anything. I don't think they saw anything. And.
So when you go back to your tube, do you guys get the hell out of there, or
No.
do you what do you do?
We stayed there.
Okay.
Yeah, the girls called the cops. We didn't know what to do. And we stayed there for a long time. There were people coming. We even saw the sheriff coming, and they kept saying, "Oh my God," they didn't know what happened. So they said, "Oh my God, what happened?" There was a fight. And I said, "Yeah, I don't know what was going on after that. I thought they were still fighting." Personally, when I came back, I saw a whole bunch of people coming over there and yelling at each other, and I thought they were still fighting for some reason. I didn't know what was going on. So I personally wanted to stay and watch to see if the cops get them for fighting, you know, for whatever they were doing.
Sure. Okay.
So I wanted to be a witness to them fighting.
Gotcha.
Or if the cops needed a witness, I wanted to sit there for as long as possible. And then the group said, "Well, there's so many people there. I don't know. Let's just get going. We don't want to get involved in that." I was just in there. They attacked me. Yeah, but look at them now. They're attacking each other. I don't know what they're doing. So cops came, and we stayed there for, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes.
When the police were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we decided we'll go. Nobody asked me anything, and I said, I kept my mouth shut, and down the river we went.
Okay.
So I was very shocked. I didn't know what just happened, really, to tell you the truth.
Well, Sandy said that you were quiet
I was very quiet.
and you didn't really talk.
I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I get excuse my French, my ass kicked by a whole bunch of kids. What am I going to say? I just got my ass kicked by this kid, now the police is on top of them. Well, I think something is going to come out of it. Yeah. So I thought the police was there because they were fighting, you know, because these were just boys. And they were being obnoxious, not only picking on me, then these girls came over and hit me.
So these are girls over here?
Well...
Mostly?
Mostly.
Okay. And this was all guys?
Yeah, I didn't know who was in this group, but I know these were all guys because I was snorkeling back and forth, and I asked them if they found something, and they said, well, you know, they started calling me a molester. Then I got up, and one of them took my goggles, threw them in the river. I went after them. One of them wanted to pull my pants down. And there you go. So what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. 4 people went to the hospital with injuries,
Oh my God.
and 1 person died.
Oh no.
I don't know any of their names, and I don't know any genders, so I don't know.
Was that because they fought each other, or is
I
that
don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their injuries are. I was with Sandy the whole time, and then when I kind of turned Sandy over to Ernesto and Amy, then I came here. So I have no idea what their injuries were.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So we just need to be able to like piece this together. You know, in your statement,
What other pictures did they give you of me?
it's just that one. That's the only one I have.
They didn't take, they
Well-
have lots of cameras, you should take their cameras.
Yes, and so I have colleagues,
Yeah.
investigators that are talking to all of those, you know, the people in the group and the other witnesses. So yes, we are trying to collect. And I told Ernesto and Amy, because they said that Rosie was taking a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think she took any pictures of those guys. There
Well-
was, at the stop out here.
Yes, but
Yeah.
you were snorkeling. They might have been like taking a
Oh,
selfie or
I see.
something, and
Yeah,
we
yeah,
could have gotten,
yeah,
we
yeah.
could get these guys in the background that they don't even realize they have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I asked them to go through their photos so
Right,
that we
right,
would
right,
be
right.
in contact with
Got
them.
it. I was, all of a sudden you say that, it was like, why would they take pictures of me going over there?
No, you just never know what you get in a picture.
Yeah.
If they're sitting here waiting for you and Ariel to find the phone.
Did you find his phone?
I don't know. Again, I've been with Sandy pretty much the whole time, and now I came here with you. So I do know I did get a message that the goggles and the snorkel were found. So that's all the information that I have about like items that were located.
No, my whole life is down the tubes.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. Because people have the right to defend themselves.
I know, but this is Wisconsin.
This is Wisconsin.
Okay. You continue on. I usually know that people that defend themselves, they end up being accused of being this and being that.
Well, I think if you'd asked me what I would have done,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's not say
I don't
that.
know.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. I would have been scared shitless, I can tell you that.
When that many people
Yeah.
tried to pull your pants down and hit you, and and two boys had knives on them. They didn't find any of those 2 knives?
I don't know. I don't know, but we're looking. And, you know, we're looking before it gets dark out. Okay, right now it is 8:40.
I'm glad I actually took that kid's knife. He would have stabbed me. He was not there to scare me. He was there to harm me. At least I'm here. But I'm sorry for how it ended up. Still scared, like I said. I'm scared that they're going to be finding out where I live, and they're going to be hunting us at night, and they're going to be hurting my wife.
Well, I will call Sandy as soon as I leave here, okay, and just check in on her. Find out about your medications. Have you had any medicine this morning?
No, I take them in the evening.
Okay, you take them in the evening. What would happen if you don't take them
Nothing.
tonight?
Nothing. I'm not even hungry to tell you the truth.
Okay. But if you don't take your medication tonight, is that life-threatening?
I don't think so. No, I mean, granted what happened today, you know, I was shocked, yeah, but I don't know. I don't think so. I just can't believe what happened. You know, they need to maybe do sobriety tests on minors on that river. Maybe they need to put an end to drinking, underage drinking and doing drugs. The river over there is turned into a sewer. My second time, and I have dragged my wife out of there, pretty much against her will. I promised her it was going to be the best day. I made promises. We're going to have a great time with this.
But she didn't want to go?
No. She always says, oh, places like this, all they do is smoke pot and do this. Yes, there is a lot of pot smoking over there. We don't know who's legal, who's illegal. I don't know anything about Wisconsin laws, but you can smell it. It was everywhere in the air.
Yeah.
And I don't know what people do, because you do the DNA, you can find out, you know, what type of drugs are in my system. I've never done any of that stuff, so I don't know. I'm very clean, and it's as clean as they go. You looked at my criminal record, you can keep digging, there is nothing there, because I don't have anything, not even one parking ticket, not a speeding ticket. You know, I'm as a law-abiding citizen as they come. But I fear for my life too. I mean, I went through a very serious surgery to be alive, to be knifed down by a bunch of kids on the river.
No, I understand.
And I'm not blaming the police. I believe that's a private land. They have to have their own security there, and they need to do better.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rub these along your lower gum line and kind of inside your cheek. I'm going to do them both at the same time. It shouldn't hurt at all. If it does, let me know. I'm going to put them in this box, and then I'm going to seal this bag while we're sitting here so you see that I sealed it, okay? So I'll just have you open up your mouth. Let's see here. Shouldn't, like I said, shouldn't hurt. All right. And you're okay with having the nurse do the exam on you? Give me pictures if you have any lumps on the body. You're okay with that?
Yeah. These actually are from trying to get out of the tubes in shallow water.
Okay.
You know, I had a hard time trying to stop the drain.
Yeah. Can I just, I know the nurse will too, but can I take a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But this was not from the confrontation.
Oh, this wasn't?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that.
No, these are from scrapes on the river bottom. When I was...
When you were snorkeling? I got you. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, please don't use that, yeah. I didn't touch those kids. I did not swim, nothing. No.
Okay. I'm going to seal this up, because I told you I was going to do that. And then I'm going to go call the person that has the nurse kind of on standby so that we can get that taken care of. I'm also going to give Sandy a holler. Oh, look at that, the tape just ripped.
No.
For the love of God.
Is this good?
Well, I didn't like it because it's all, and it's not going to be big enough to do what I need to do here, so we'll try it again. Worst case scenario, I can always bring it to my office next door and do it in the evidence room. But I'm going to try to take care of it here.
Probably dries up. When it dries up, it's probably...
Well, and then it's real sticky and it's real finicky, so if you get it stuck on something, it's, you know, it's meant to not be able to be tampered with. So, and there, it ripped on my finger. So I'll just...
It dries so fast.
Okay. So I'm gonna go call my supervisor, who had been in contact with the nurse, and just let them know that we're gonna do that. And then I will be back. Do you have any questions now?
I just not, I need to go potty.
You need to go potty. All right, I can make sure that happens. I'm just gonna write your name on here so that. Today is 7/30/22.
MIU.
Yep, that means no middle initial.
Oh,
And then
I see.
oh, did I spell it wrong? It's
No,
MIU. Yep, I did.
yeah.
It's MIU. There we go. Okay, that's yours. I will be back in a minute. In the meantime, I'll have one of the jail staff bring you to the bathroom. And are you still doing okay? How's your water there?
I have money for now.
Okay.
It's going through a lot faster than I thought.
All right. Be right back, Nick.
Thank you so much.
Can you use the restroom?
Lieutenant Hart, was that the interview you did with Nikolai Miu at the jail?
Yes.
And at the point when you left, was that the end of your questioning of him?
Yes.
While you were talking to him, you showed Mr. Miu a photo on your phone.
Yes.
What was that photo?
That was a photo that had been disseminated to us of the suspect.
You know where it came from? At the time, did you know where it came from?
Probably. I believe dispatch had emailed it out.
Was it a photo from the video? Or from something else?
Sustained.
You know where the photo originated from?
I do.
Where did it originate?
From Jawan Cockfield's video.
Strike that. While you're talking to Mr. Miu, you were referring to a diagram?
Yeah.
Are you going to approach her?
Yes.
Lieutenant Hart, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 16. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the diagram that I asked him to draw me while we were talking.
Did he draw portions of that?
He drew all of it. I put the words on there.
All right. Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibit 16.
Any objection? 16 is received.
If I can publish to the jury on the memo.
Yes, you may. While you're standing there, would you also retrieve the Exhibit 24?
And just to clarify, is the only thing you added the words on the diagram?
Yes, he put the 100 feet or inches, but I wrote Amy, the mostly girls, shallow, all males and female, and then that is my handwriting on the lower right-hand portion where I put the date and our agency case number.
Also in the video, you appeared to be taking a buccal swab.
Yes.
Did you do anything with those swabs?
I logged them into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Were those the swabs that were sent to crime lab?
No,
Which swabs were sent to the crime lab?
the one in the kit that the SART nurse had taken.
While you're speaking with Mr. Miu, did you notice any signs of impairment?
No.
That's it. Nothing else. Nothing further.
Anyone need a break? Still doing good? All right. One vote for break? All right. Let's take a short recess then. We'll come back at 10:25.
All rise for the jury.
Here's the last two. Thank you.
And good morning from our Fox 9 Streaming Center. I am Paul Bloom. You've been watching our Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial in Hudson, Wisconsin. We've hit 10:15. The judge taking a quick break. A lot to unpack there as we've now just watched, by my count, just under an hour, a jailhouse interrogation with Nicolae Miu, Lieutenant Brandy Hart. Much of that quoted in the criminal complaint that the district attorney filed against Miu in the immediate aftermath of the deadly stabbing, charging Mr. Miu with one count of intentional first-degree homicide, one count of intentional homicide, 4 counts of attempted homicide. I do want to get some assistance in dissecting what we just saw with local criminal defense attorney Eric Nelson. Eric is joining us. The reason why we really appreciate having Eric on. About a decade ago, Eric had a similar self-defense, deadly murder claim that he won successfully. His client acquitted at that point a decade ago, Levi Aker Kendall. Obviously not completely similar circumstances, but something close. So given the charges and the nature and the riverfront confrontation. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. I know you were in and out of court this morning, so you haven't seen all of that interrogation. So let me get you caught up first, because I want your opinion on the rights that were asserted at the beginning of this interrogation. The defense had tried to get this whole entire interview tossed out, saying their client wanted a lawyer and wasn't granted one. I want to play you the critical portion, come back to you and get your take on it.
Well, I have bigger dreams now, shattered, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened, I just don't, I can't talk about it. I need to go one step at a time.
Yep. And if you have any questions along the way, Nick, just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just...
How bad is it?
Well, can we get through this form and ask each other questions?
Yes.
I want to maintain the integrity of this investigation and your rights, and, so I want to get through this form and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm going to turn this around. I'll give you this pen. What I'll have you do is I'm going to read each. You seem to speak excellent English.
Yeah.
You can read.
Yeah, Miranda rights, which have not been read to me when I was put in the car. Is that right?
And that's okay, as long as they weren't asking you any questions, they don't need to.
Oh.
But I'd like to ask these questions, so that's why we're going to go through this right now, okay? So I'll let you have that pen, and so I'm going to read these to you, okay? Mm-hmm. You have the right to remain silent.
Or just the...
you can check mark it, or some people put their initials. We'll have you sign it at the bottom, so that's however you want to do that. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. Mm-hmm. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statement or answering any question, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning.
Okay.
And also, stop me, I talk kind of fast.
I was going to ask you about this one.
Okay.
So,
yep.
When do I see one? When do I get one assigned to me?
You would get one assigned to you, the soonest would be on Monday.
Oh.
So that would be the soonest. And
working hours,
yeah, pretty much is how that works.
Okay.
So if you cannot afford to pay for an attorney, you may be eligible to be represented by an attorney from the office of the state public defender. If you desire an attorney from that office, you should contact their local office.
And that information would be provided to me, or?
Yes. So what happens is the jail provides that information every day to the public defender's office. Like, here's who's on the list.
Okay.
So some people come into jail and they either have a lawyer already because of other things, or they know a lawyer, or they're going to find their own. So these guys will let you use the phone if that's
I'll ask Candy to look for me, if that's okay.
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm not going to see you and talk to anybody.
Nope, that's fine. If you decide to answer questions now, with or without an attorney, you still have the right to stop the questioning at any time, or stop the questioning for the purpose of consulting an attorney.
Yeah, I'd like to do that at some point.
Okay. You can just check mark that. We went over that. However, you may waive the right to remain silent, and you may answer questions now without an attorney. You can just check mark that I read that to you. You're not agreeing to anything right now. This is just that I stated these things to you. So this says the above rights have been read to me. I have initialed each paragraph, or in your case, check mark, to show that I understand each of my rights. I have received a copy of this form. So you sign it, and then I'm going to sign it, Nick, and then I'm going to give you a copy of it.
All right, you heard it right there, Eric. When do I get to see an attorney? When do I get one assigned? He's told during working hours. This is a weekend. He expects it maybe Monday morning. And then he tells the lieutenant there, I'd like to do that, meaning meet with an attorney at some point. Just again, your quick reaction to everything you just saw there.
Yeah, I mean, anytime someone requests an attorney or makes any sort of equivocal request for an attorney, the police have an obligation to clarify and determine whether they want that attorney now or what their intentions are. I think that in this particular case, it's a pretty close call. Here in this situation, you had him say he wants to speak to an attorney at some point. When a person makes an unequivocal, I want a lawyer type of statement, then all questioning has to cease. At this point, it doesn't appear that Mr. Miu made such a demand or an unequivocal request for a lawyer. There's some hemming and hawing. I'll do it in the future. And it also sounds like he received a little bit of bad information from the detective or the lieutenant in this case, because there are lawyers on call and available even from the state public defender's office all day long, every day.
How damaging is this? Is this the lies, the storytelling? Is it repairable once he takes the stand? And it could happen as soon as this afternoon. He could be up next. We expect the state to rest. But is this repairable testimony, or is he sunk?
No, I mean, this highlights a couple of things. Number one, it highlights the absolute importance of the video that has been played and dissected and broken down into individual frames. So it's going to highlight the importance of that, but his testimony is going to be 100% critical. His lawyers have done an excellent job kind of setting up the defense and dismantling some of the claims using the video. This is a big blow to them. The lies are a big blow. His testimony is going to be absolutely critical to kind of explain what is going on in his mind at that point, and to explain why he lied. That's going to be equally as important, what was going through. Again, the law in Wisconsin clearly indicates that at the time the defense, the use of force occurs, you have to look at it from his perspective in that moment. And that's the critical piece. So he's going to be able to add that. He's already made some statements such as, he feared for his life, but he's going to have to address these lies, and the jury's going to have to get past it using that video, kind of as we talked about on day one, which is, the video will go a long way to excuse some of the inconsistencies, not only in, the other witnesses and the victim's state accounts, but also in his account. He's going to have to take ownership of that.
Let me go back to a moment in that interrogation. Eric, he's asked, did you have a knife? And says no. Let's listen. I'll get your response on the back end.
Okay. Did you have a knife?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people, or I put it back in my truck.
Okay.
Yeah. So it may have been. I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any knives. So.
But you have one with you today, right?
The what?
A knife to cut. How did that?
I think it's in my car.
Okay.
Yeah. I think.
Did you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. It may be in one of the bags we had with us. It may have been in I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But this is
And again, Eric, you there listening to the recorded interrogation of Nicolae Miu, July 30th, 2022. Just a few hours later, he at this point does not know anybody is dead. He does not know there's video or photographs of him on that river. And you hear him say, I didn't have a knife. Maybe I left it back in the car, maybe in a bag. I had it earlier today, but certainly not in the moment of the attack. Unfortunately, I'm not even going to get to my question because Judge Waterman is back on the bench. Will you stick around, come back at lunch, and we'll have you dissect some more of this interrogation with us at that point? Thank you. And in the meantime, we'll get back into court for the cross-examination now of Lieutenant Brandy Hart.
Please be seated. All right, we were about to start cross, correct? Cross, Mr. Troffesy.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
In your 25 years in law enforcement, is it fair to say that you've had the opportunity numerous times to question both victims of crimes and people accused of crimes?
Yes.
And in this particular case, if I have it right, the interview with Mr. Miu takes place approximately little more than 4 hours after the incident. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, for most of those 4 hours, the majority of those 4 hours, he was in police custody somewhere, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And in situations like this where they call you in, which would be considered a serious situation when you get called in?
Yeah.
Okay. And in those situations, you're trying to gather as much evidence and as much information as quickly as possible. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your 25 years in law enforcement, have you been involved in situations that you would consider to be highly stressful events?
Yes.
Would you consider this to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
And would you agree that in those highly stressful, have you interviewed victims of offenses and people who are accused of offenses involving highly stressful events?
Yes.
And in those highly stressful events, both the victim and the accused can be feeling kind of the same emotions sometimes. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree in your training and experience that highly stressful events can impact someone's ability to recall what had happened?
Yes.
Both for the complaining witness or victim as well as the person who's accused. Would that be fair?
Fair.
And you'd agree that doesn't mean that the person is necessarily lying. Sometimes these stressful events kind of cloud memories and make it difficult for them to recall events, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
I think you said yes?
Yes.
And would you agree that based on your training and experience, how long someone suffers from a stressful event, meaning how they react to it, that can depend upon, it can differ in terms of timing, right? What I mean by that is you might suffer the same stressful event as I suffer. You might be over that stressful event in a much shorter time than I would be over it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And because it's a criminal investigation and you're working at a quick pace here, you're not given the opportunity to kind of let things calm down before you do your investigation, right?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, so let me give you an example. So in an example, if this fact pattern involved an officer, that officer would have an opportunity before they had to give a statement, correct? Officers don't have to give statements immediately after stressful events. They're allowed to kind of calm down and think about it before they're required to provide a statement. True?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you give, or was Mr. Miu given an opportunity in terms of timing, to calm down from the situation, kind of make sure that he had all his faculties before he provided a statement?
I don't know, other than the 4 hours between the time he was taken into custody and I spoke with him.
And those, I'm not being critical of you here, I'm asking you, you don't know whether or not those 4 hours he was still under the stress of the event, right?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you about what you saw in the video, but what I'm going to ask you about is, you're aware there's a video in the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when someone gives you a statement about what had happened, it's helpful for you as an investigator to be able to go back to that video and kind of determine the accuracy of that person's statement, right?
Sure.
Okay. And while you're able to determine whether or not the person's statements are accurate, what the video really doesn't capture, and what you need to try to figure out, is what the person was feeling or what their beliefs were at the time, correct?
I don't know if that's up for me to decide.
No, but in terms of your investigation, you'll ask people things like, how did that make you feel when something was happening? That you'll ask them questions about their emotions, because their emotions might not be borne out on the video. True?
True.
And people will tell you, I was afraid, I was worried, I was stressed. They'll make those statements to you when you ask those questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. So you, after conducting the interview with Mr. Miu, you've watched the video, right?
The video of the incident?
Video of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree his statements regarding how he got the knife, those are inaccurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did ask Mr. Miu what his beliefs were or how he was feeling while all this was going on, correct? Do you remember that during the interview?
I guess I don't recall if I asked him how he was feeling, but he articulated that to me.
Okay, he had mentioned to you how he was feeling, true?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that once you kind of get into the meat of the interview, first thing out of Mr. Miu's mouth is that he was acting in self-defense, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says that, if I have it right, 3 times in his first statement to you it was self-defense.
Yes.
Okay. And he told you in that first portion of the interview that they were hitting him, right?
Yes.
And that's true, correct? That's borne out on the video, yes?
Objection, Your Honor. The video speaks for itself.
Sustained, is it? Sustained.
Can I ask you this? Although some of the things that Mr. Miu had talked to you about regarding how he obtained the knife, we agree that was incorrect. Would you agree, based on your interview with Mr. Miu, he never wavered in his claim it was self-defense, correct?
Correct.
He never wavered in his claim that he was fearful, correct?
Correct.
And he never wavered in his claim that he was attacked, correct?
Correct.
If I told you, and I don't know if you've counted, I counted approximately 20 times during that interview that he claimed it was self-defense, he was fearful, or they attacked him. Sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've sat through, I know you weren't here yesterday because you weren't feeling well, but you've sat through the trial of every other witness other than when you weren't here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've listened times when witnesses had to be corrected or shown something that turned out not to be true based on the video, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information through your investigation that contradicts Nick Miu's belief that he was in fear during that incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
change it?
The objection is sustained.
Lieutenant Hart, in terms of what had happened that day in your interview with Mr. Miu, okay, the recorded interview we just watched, he didn't make any other statements to you that would give you any reason to believe that he wasn't in fear, correct?
Objection, you're on the same grounds.
Overruled.
Can you ask that again?
I don't know. Based on your interview with Mr. Miu on the day in question, right? When you interviewed him on the
Yes,
tape. He told you he was in fear, yes?
he did.
Okay. Did he provide any other statements to you that would contradict that statement that he was in fear?
No,
And to be fair, he told you multiple times in that interview that he was in shock about what happened and didn't remember everything. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And that, based on your training and experience, that wouldn't be unusual, would it?
No,
Okay. You've had that with other people who have been complaining witnesses or victims of offenses?
yes,
And have you had that with people who have been accused of crimes?
probably.
Okay. Tom, if you can answer this. So, he never denied that he defended himself with a knife, correct?
Correct.
What he got wrong was how he got the knife, but he told you that he used it on other people, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And he told you other things that you actually found out to be true, right? Like, he had a snorkel and goggles, right?
yes,
Okay, and you found those, not you, but your police found those, right?
yes,
Okay, so that's true, right?
yes,
He told you that he was looking for Ariel's phone, correct?
yes,
You guys found Ariel's phone, right?
yes,
Okay. He told you that people were calling him I think he says the word child molester, but it's true people were calling him names, correct?
yes,
Okay. And I think he also told you on the tape that they were attacking me from all directions. Is that right?
he did say that.
Okay. Do you, in your investigation, do you have any evidence through interviews of witnesses or anything else that that's not correct?
Objection, Your Honor, please approach.
Yes. I'll sustain the objection on foundation grounds. Mr. Trofasi, you may continue.
Lieutenant Hart, can you just give me a brief synopsis of the investigation that you've done in this case?
Yes, I interviewed Sandy.
Okay.
I interviewed Mr. Miu,
Okay.
and I coordinated the translation and transcription of Hispanic-speaking statements and 911 calls.
Okay. So the investigators who have testified, you're their boss?
I'm their supervisor, yes.
Okay. In an investigation like this, do those reports pass over your desk? Do you see those?
I would say a majority of them, not all of them.
Okay. So you're aware, well, tell me if you're aware, that there has been multiple interviews conducted in this case by your investigators, right?
Yes,
Of multiple eyewitnesses or people who claim to be eyewitnesses what has happened, right?
Yes.
And have those reports passed over your desk?
Not all of them.
Have some of them passed over your desk?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the information that you have seen, the reports that you've seen, the interviews that you've conducted, any other evidence that you've been able to look at, my question to you was, is there any evidence that contradicts the statement that Mr. Miu had made to you on that interview, that he was surrounded in all directions?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I haven't read every single report for this case.
On the stuff that you've read. I can't ask you about things you don't know. What I can ask you is on the things that you've read, the reports that you've reviewed, the interviews that you've conducted, there's nothing that contradicts his statement that he was surrounded, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's fag as to time. There's a 3-minute period here.
Overruled. Can you answer the question?
So your question is if I've seen any of the reports that I've read?
I'm asking you if any of the evidence that you've reviewed in totality, whatever you've reviewed in the totality, okay? There's nothing in the evidence that you've reviewed, the witnesses that you've spoken to, that contradicts Nick's statement that he was surrounded when he told you that, right?
Yeah, he's the only interview I've conducted.
You've reviewed other reports though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think he said in his interview with you that he said, all I want, guys, did you find a phone, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And through testimony you've seen and witness statements that you've read, you know Joanne Cockfield's holding a phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, you'd agree there were no little girls in that area at the time, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So would you agree there's nothing factually in terms of evidence that you know about that would support the claim that people have said that he was looking for little girls? There were none, right?
There were none. Nope.
If you would have suspected he was impaired, would you have followed up on that?
Yes.
Okay. How? I mean, what would you, just tell me what you would have done.
Well, I probably would have applied for a search warrant for his blood.
Okay. Because that would, if a person's intoxicated in this in the situation that happened, this incident, knowing that would matter to you, right?
Yeah.
Just one moment, Judge, I think.
Yes.
It's all, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Hart, as you were interviewing Mr. Miu, did he at any point say anything about being strangled?
No.
Did he say anything about having an injury or pain to his neck or throat?
No.
Did you see any injuries on his face at all?
No.
How many feet away from him were you during that interview?
However wide a table is,
Can you describe the lighting in the interview room?
it was well lit.
Did Mr. Miu say anything about hearing anybody threaten him with a phrase similar to, "You've got 10 seconds"?
No.
At the time that you interviewed Mr. Miu towards the end, when he asks you what happened, did you know that he had already been informed that he was under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if she knew.
I'll sustain the objection. You'll have to rephrase the question.
Did you have any knowledge as to what he had been informed of with regard to charges when he was arrested?
No.
When Mr. Miu asked you what happened, and you told him that someone had died, what was his response?
I believe he said, "Oh no."
Did he appear to be surprised?
I'm going to object.
Sustained speculation.
At one point in the video, you see him put his head in his hands.
Yes.
Did you see any tears?
No.
Mr. Autopsy asked you about the stress that a victim can undergo, and in your opinion, you said, yeah, that sometimes that happens. The same go for 17-year-old kids who saw their best friend get stabbed to death?
Yes.
And same goes for the people who actually were stabbed?
Yes.
Did Mr. Miu ever waver in his claim that he did not himself have a knife on the river?
No.
Do you know how many times he denied having a knife on the river? If you remember?
I don't remember, but it was more than once.
Did he ever waver in his claim that two of these boys pulled knives on him?
No.
Did he appear to recall details of how that all happened?
Yes.
At one point in the video, he asked if anybody had found a phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
You know what phone he was talking about at that point of the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
During your interview, did he specify whose phone he was looking for?
Yes, I believe he told me it was Ariel's.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trofficy?
Because he didn't tell you anything about hearing somebody say you got 10 seconds, you're not saying that means it didn't happen, right? That somebody didn't say that.
Right.
Okay. And because he didn't mention to you that he had been strangled, you're not saying that that means it didn't happen, right?
No.
Or complain about neck pain or being hit in the face. You're not saying that because he didn't say he wasn't hit in the face, or however he was hit, you're not saying because he left something out that that didn't occur, right?
Right.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Hart. You may step down. Mr. Anderson, does the state have more evidence?
No, Judge.
All right, the state rests. Members of the jury, there are a few items that I need to discuss with the attorneys in private, so we're going to have a recess. This may be a little bit longer than some of the earlier recesses, so please be patient. We will get back to you before the lunch hour. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I am meeting with the attorneys and with Mr. Miu in open court. Mr. Nelson, is there anything that you want to address? Yes, Judge.
So Judge, I would, and I'm not looking at the information, so I apologize. But as it relates to, I'm going to do it by the names.
Yes.
As it relates to Dante Carlson and Anthony Carlson and Riley Madison. Those three people, Mr. Miu is charged with an attempted homicide on those counts. And in reviewing the requirements for an attempted homicide, and this will be short, Judge, I'm not going to waste your time, but what it says is it requires the defendant did acts toward the commission of that crime which indicate unequivocally. And unequivocally is defined as it means no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from the defendant's acts under the circumstances. So, which indicate unequivocally under all the circumstances that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the intended victim except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. Extraneous factor is defined as something outside the knowledge of the defendant or outside of the defendant's control. There has been testimony from Dr. Meyer yesterday. Dr. Meyer was only asked about one of these people, and that was A.J. Martin. And that question to A.J. about A.J. Martin was, without medical intervention, would A.J. Martin have died? And his answer was yes. As it relates to Dante Carlson, my recollection of the evidence was he said he fixed a hernia. There was no testimony as to anything regarding Anthony Carlson. As it relates to Riley Madsen, I believed there was questions surrounding that, and what he had said was that eventually she could have suffered an infection. I think he mentioned sepsis. Could have been something that would have occurred. But I would argue to the court that based on the evidence, and you have to take the evidence under all the facts and circumstances, that based on the actions of Mr. Miu, based upon the testimony regarding the injuries to the people I'm mentioning, Dante Carlson, Anthony Carlson, and Riley Madsen, I would argue that it is not possible to say that no other inference can be drawn, but that he intended to kill those people. And there's actually no information that Dante Carlson or Anthony Carlson would have died from their injuries anyway. So without any other extraneous factor, which would have prevented Mr. Miu from doing this. So we have one, you heard the evidence, you can figure out how you would view the movements. But I would argue that the facts and circumstances presented to the court and to the jury here do not support the claim that he unequivocally intended to kill these people. Riley Madsen said she thought she was punched. She initially believed it was a punch. And I don't think they're, although not the deciding factor, I don't think their injuries support the claim of an attempted first-degree intentional homicide. So I would move for dismissal on those, whatever those counts are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's going to argue for the state?
I can, Judge. So I think this case, it's similar to if you compare it to, say, a shooting case where somebody walks up to somebody, shoots them in the torso, in the chest, and it happens to miss vital organs, and they just need stitches. I think it's a difficult argument to make that they didn't intend to kill them, and it's the same thing here. He's stabbing all these people in the area of vital organs, veins, blood vessels. His intent is based on all facts and circumstances. He sliced AJ up the belly. He stabbed Isaac directly in the heart. He stabbed Tony, Dante, and Riley in the area of all the vital organs. Dante was stabbed right below where his heart is. Tony was stabbed twice. One he blocked. That's certainly something out of Nikolai's control. Riley was sliced across her side, damaging her stomach and her diaphragm. And so I think given all the facts and circumstances, there's clearly enough for it to go to the jury. But for the chance that he didn't happen to hit vital organs, I think the jury can still conclude his intent was to kill them.
All right, this motion is being made after the close of state's evidence. There is a particular standard that I have to apply. In fact, the motion must be denied if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered is sufficient that pertain to this motion. I am satisfied that the motion must be denied. The state has presented credible evidence that Mr. Miu formed the intent to kill by inserting a knife into the torso of the three individuals during a physical confrontation. The torso, as we all know, contains vital organs, blood supply, nerves, and other anatomy that, if injured, could lead to death. I believe that the risk of death is self-evident when faced with a knife stab to that area. There was an intervening event, and I think the state has presented evidence about the individual's fortitude to defend themselves, to resist injury, the intervention of first responders, and intervention of formal medical treatment in a hospital setting. So for all of those reasons, I am satisfied that the state has presented sufficient evidence to warrant the case to continue. The motion is denied. Is there anything else at this moment?
Judge, it's the defense's opportunity. The defense intends to call Nick Miu to testify. If we could just take a 5-minute break to make sure I go through the colloquy with him privately, and then we can come back and do that here in court.
Very good. Have your conversation. We'll come back at 11:05.
And good morning again from the Fox 9 streaming studios. You, of course, are watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial from Hudson, Wisconsin. We have reached an absolutely critical stage in this trial. The state has rested its case. You just listened there. The defense had moved to dismiss the attempted murder charges against Nicolae Miu is facing for the stabbings of what I would describe as the 3 lesser injured, though Riley Mattson did suffer some horrible injuries from the knife wound that day. But Riley Mattson and the 2 Carlson brothers, Tony and Dante, the judge denying the motion to dismiss those counts. So those counts continue right now. And then in that last moment there, Aaron Nelson, defense attorney, confirming Nikolai Miu is up. This is the defense case. My understanding is he is their last and final and only witness to go today. We've taken a couple of their witnesses out of turn. Nikolai Miu spending these few minutes during this this recess, getting ready to take the stand, and I could not think of another attorney I would want to bring in right now to get some thoughts from. This is Eric Nelson. We've introduced him several times during this trial. Eric represented a young man in Wisconsin about a decade ago, self-defense claim, knife attack along the St. Croix River in Wisconsin, and won an acquittal there where his defendant got up on the stand, Levi Aker Kendall, and told his story, and the jury eventually found Mr. Aker Kendall not guilty. Eric, Nicolae Miu now just minutes away from testifying. What is going on between him and his attorneys during this 5-minute recess?
Right now, they're just making sure that Mr. Miu does fully intend to testify. They're going to have to go through a colloquy, which is just making sure that he understands all of his rights, his right to remain silent, the fact that he can testify if he chooses, and if he chooses to testify, he'll be subject to cross-examination. So I think what we'll see when the court reconvenes is that Mr. Nelson, Aaron Nelson, will go through the rights that Mr. Miu has, and Mr. Miu will have to make a formal waiver of those rights. That's what they're just discussing kind of last minute. Are you sure you want to do this? And discussing the strategy and the importance of his testimony.
And of course, I may be jumping a gun just a tad, but the defense did say during openings he was going to testify. The jury was out of the room there. I do want to point out there is still a last minute, if he gets cold feet, they don't think it's right, but coming out of that damaging, interrogation where he's making up stories and lying and misleading the investigator, someone has to clean that up. Is it the right call to put Miu on the stand right now?
I think it's the only call that they can really make at this point. Short of him not testifying, I mean, again, we got to get inside of his mind. We have to know what he was thinking that day as well as during that statement. So it's going to be an important decision. Of course, it is Mr. Miu's decision. It's not his lawyer's decision. It's his decision, and he's got to be the one to make it.
2 years he's waited to tell this story. I know we've spoken about how, at least if not in these 5 minutes, they're not certainly, putting pressure on him, pretending to do cross-examination at this point. That's all been done. Could you just describe how perhaps the attorneys may be working with a client like this over the last couple weeks? He's been in jail. He's been locked up for nearly 2 years. We don't know, how he's doing mentally. Obviously, we can just see physically he's lost a lot of weight. He's lost a lot of color from what we've seen from the day of the stabbing. But what has the last few days, or maybe the buildup, have they been meeting after hours to practice, to talk about this, to go over certain questions?
I would venture the vast majority of that was done prior to the trial, where they have reviewed evidence with their client. They've talked about the types of questions. They've likely done mock cross-examinations, mock direct examinations. And what's happened during the course of the trial is, yes, I would expect that the lawyers would be meeting with Mr. Miu after hours in the jail, kind of going through the day's events, talking about the evidence, and making sure that they are going to address every single thing that needs to be addressed.
Eric, before we took that break, you heard defense counsel attorney Corey Turafisi. They're asking to dismiss the 3 attempted murder counts against sort of the 3 lesser injured, though, as I pointed out, Riley Madison was badly injured on that day and spent several days in the hospital, surgery, diaphragm damage, but perhaps the 2 Carlson brothers lesser injured. Is that type of argument made in every case? You try to get rid of a couple of these counts, or did the defense really have a sound argument on those 3 specific attempted murder charges?
Yeah, that type of motion is going to be made in virtually every single trial. It's called a motion for judgment of acquittal. The standard is such, as the court said, that they really have to, the judge really has to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. They have to take that into consideration and just say, is it fair to make a jury, consider these charges? Is it a valid argument? Sure, it's always a valid argument, or potentially a valid argument. I think you saw that the validity of the argument really applies particularly to the 3 lesser injured individuals, because it really focuses on what was his intent. But it also does give you a little bit of a preview as to some of the arguments that the lawyers are going to be making in closing arguments as well, which is, you can look at these injuries and on that basis alone, that he didn't have the intent to kill those people.
Eric, you and I spoke overnight about the provocation component, and there had been a lot of testimony back and forth in this trial about Nicolae Miu and what happens between him and Madison Cohen. This is the woman, the blonde woman, Madison, however you want to phrase her identity has come in different ways depending on who's testifying. But from what I've observed of the testimony, there's some kind of physical confrontation between those two, whether Miu hits first, she's in his space and puts arms on him, question mark. But why is that moment so important? Why is there so much attention being paid on the interaction between Miu and Madison, and why should all eyes be on what he has to say about that encounter?
It's because the law in Wisconsin, as well as in Minnesota, does not afford an individual an opportunity to raise self-defense if they provoke the confrontation. So who is the first aggressor or who provokes the physical part of the confrontation becomes a critical point in this case as well. It could prevent Mr. Miu from getting jury instructions if the court were to find that he was the initial aggressor. It could deprive him theoretically of the self-defense instruction. I think the court has already indicated it's going to give the instruction, but that will become a very big part of the final closing arguments as well. Who provoked this confrontation? Because if the jury finds or the court finds that Mr. Miu was the initial aggressor, then he is not entitled to raise self-defense. The only way that he can revive his...
We are back on the record with the attorneys
Eric,
and
we're going to
Mr.
cut
Miu.
you off
We are
there. I
sitting in
appreciate
open court.
that. Stick around through the lunch hour.
Outside
We'll
the
go
presence
back
of
into
the
court.
jury.
Nikolai Miu,
Mr.
the
Nelson,
defendant,
did you and your client have
expected
enough time to
testify
talk?
in just minutes?
Yes, Judge. My understanding that Mr. Miu wants to waive his right to remain silent and assert his right to testify.
Mr. Miu, the conversation I'm about to have with you happens in every criminal case, every criminal trial in Wisconsin. Every person charged with a crime has a constitutional right to remain silent and a constitutional right to present evidence, including testifying. You are at the crossroads faced by every person on trial for a crime. You need to give up one right to exercise the other. And I need to ask you some questions to verify that you're making a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision. First, do you understand that you have both a constitutional right to testify and a constitutional right to remain silent?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that you do not have to prove your innocence? Rather, the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to remain silent, the state cannot refer to that fact?
Yes.
Do you understand that your silence cannot be used against you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss your decision to testify with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to discuss your decision?
Yes.
And have you made a decision about whether you'll testify?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
To testify.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you into making that decision?
No.
Has anybody made any promises to you or offered you anything of value to arrive at that decision?
No.
Are you presently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Do you suffer from a mental health condition that is affecting your ability to think or process information today?
No.
Have you had enough time to make your decision?
Yes.
You need any more time?
No.
Have all of your questions been answered by your attorneys?
Yes.
At this time, I find that Mr. Miu has made a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision to waive his right of silence. He's choosing to exercise his right to testify and present evidence on his own behalf. Mr. Trofficy, Mr. Nelson, how do you intend to proceed from here? Will Mr. Miu be the next witness, or do you have others?
Yes, Judge, the plan is to call Mr. Miu. I have a PowerPoint that I would like to go through. The PowerPoint includes exhibit number 104, which is the photo of the map, and includes exhibit 108, which is the photos of Mr. Miu in the hospital previously entered. There's 3 screenshots from the 9-second video in exhibit number 2, and then the rest of them are screenshots from the frames in the video, which are from exhibit number 2. So all of the items in the PowerPoint have already been exhibited. I've tried to put up some white screens in between so that pictures don't linger. So my preference would be to just have it on my computer the entire time, and if there's a long break, I can move to a white screen.
Okay, because what we have been doing is once the video is no longer being used, we usually take it down.
I'm not going to use the video at all. I'm just using screenshots.
But the monitor, I meant.
Sure. However, I mean, again, my hope is to not have things linger. If you want to take it down, obviously, court controls that. If you want me to move it to a blank screen, just tell me to do so, and I will.
Okay, let's just follow our regular practice, and hopefully the two of you will get into a rhythm, and it'll be presented seamlessly. Any objection to the material that he intends to present?
No.
Sounds like it's already been received into evidence. Is there anything else that we can do outside the presence of the jury?
Real quick, we didn't make a record. We ended the video of the jail interview of Nikolai at 56 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 other things regarding his testimony. Because he's waiving his right to remain silent, the rest of Sheriff Knutsen's body camera would be a proper subject for impeachment, so we plan to publish that during his cross. And then we have a number of jail phone call translated transcripts, which defense also has. I think it's going to be difficult to cross him on that without saying their jail phone calls. With Sandy, it was easy because she was the other person on the call, so we could just ask her what he's told her. With jail phone calls, part of the relevance is how long it's been, because part of their claim is, well, he was in shock. So if it's 6 weeks later that he's saying things, I don't want the jury to wonder if we have his phone wiretapped or something like that. I think they should, and I think, frankly, it's probably obvious. I mean, we just did his jail interview. Some of them had raised their hands that they'd seen some of this on the news. It's been well published that he is in custody, so.
All right, let's break this down. The first part was the rest of Sheriff Knutsen conversation. Mr. Nelson, any objection or comment?
I think Your Honor's already made rulings on that, so no additional objections other than the objections that we've originally filed, and Your Honor's made rulings, and I believe your ruling was, it was a Miranda violation, but it was voluntary, and therefore that's Your Honor's ruling, and I think the state's recitation of the law is correct.
Yeah, I don't remember making that express ruling because I've been holding back because I don't want to start judging things that aren't performing. If I made that suggestion, it was intentional because that's where this was all heading. I mean, I saw the video. I made the ruling. I did not see anything in the video that would suggest that the statement was coerced or forced or made under some sort of threat. It was a voluntary statement. So although there was a Miranda violation, Mr. Miu's decision to testify means that the balance of the statement could be used for purposes of impeachment. So I will allow the state to show the balance of the Sheriff Knutsen video. And then the second part.
Jail calls, Judge?
Oh, jail calls. Yes.
I expect my direct's going to be 45 minutes, so I expect it's going to take us to lunch. So we can certainly take it up now, or we can take it up over the lunch hour. I'll defer to Your Honor, but I'd like to be heard on it.
Yeah.
Whenever we take it up.
How long are the jail recordings?
We wouldn't be admitting the actual recordings because they're in Romanian. So we have, they're translated by a translator. He's on our witness list, so if Nikolai denied saying the things in there, we'd call him on rebuttal more than likely. But it'd be using the transcripts that translator prepared from listening to the jail phone calls for impeachment.
Okay. So
When we get there, we're going to object to those transcripts, because unlike the Spanish transcripts, which have transcribed the Spanish words and then translated the Spanish words into English, these transcripts leave out the Romanian words. And so we're not agreeing to the accuracy of the transcripts in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So what I'd like to do then is get through the direct examination, break for lunch, hopefully at the conclusion of the direct exam, and then we can take up the outstanding matter of cross-examination over the lunch hour. All right. Anything else?
No.
All right, hearing none, let's bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. All right, thank you, members of the jury, for your patience. We are ready to resume. The state has rested its presentation of evidence. Now we'll turn to the defense and see if they have evidence to present. Mr. Nelson.
Judge, the defense calls Nick Miu.
Mr. Miu, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Miu we've been talking about for the past 7 days?
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th?
Yes.
I want to ask you about this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Were you punched?
Not,
attacked?
not before
Sometime
that.
after this, were you
After
punched?
that, yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay. What color?
Do you want the
Blue.
annotator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and a red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly people in general around you?
Yes.
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
Yes,
Can we use her name when possible?
yes,
And you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
Possible? So when Riley and Madison are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
they're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, get away.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing, Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me, very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe it.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Oh, yeah. My heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was...
How about your vision? Did you
yeah.
have normal vision in that moment?
No. At that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
And can you describe what you mean by you say in tunnel vision?
I couldn't see peripheral vision, but I could see center and right before my eyes.
How about hearing? Could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes.
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
Yes.
What did you do with your left hand? Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No.
Did you try to harm her in some way?
Absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No.
Do you think you had contact with her?
No.
Okay. I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about, when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022?
It was very poor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had you, I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month, so about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep, on the left it's me right after the surgery, holding a red Hart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew of for that red Hart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of heart and lungs on there.
It is. The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
Never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
My baby.
Okay. Is that a dog?
Yeah.
Is that dog important to you?
My angel.
Okay. And that's the cushion's helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness on, if you were going to put it on a scale for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and very poor.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River on July 30th, okay?
Okay.
On that, this was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay, when you say, do you have a pocket knife?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work. I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer. My tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person, I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that?
Nope, right when you left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
So I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had, on my feet, I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes.
You've seen those?
Yes.
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you had?
Yes.
Can you just move for the admission of Exhibit 113?
Any objection?
I don't think I've seen them, Judge, if I could take a look at it.
Yes.
Oh, pardon, never mind, Mr. Anderson.
All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures? No.
No, these were taken by the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Can I just, because we're going to go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah, just pass them to the jury.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly, describe the condition of those sandals.
Horrible.
Okay.
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used string, leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals and your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes.
Where was it?
In my right pocket, clipped to my...
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
Yes.
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
No. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No.
Why'd you go leave your group?
To go look for the phone.
Okay. At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes.
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes.
Are those from that video?
Yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water, looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes.
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
Yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
I think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Okay. Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes.
When you...
Yes. I'll sustain the objection. The question was leading. Please continue.
What did you do at the end of the video?
I was walking away.
At some point, did you ever become in a position where you were looking at that group of teenagers that had yelled at you?
Yes.
What did you see when you were looking at that group of teenagers after the end of this video?
I saw one of them holding a phone in a bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for, so I turned around and I started approaching them.
Why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that belonged to Ariel.
Did you eventually get near them?
Yes, I started walking, then I rushed the pace, stumbled, and fell on my knees, held on to their tube, at which point I lost my goggle and snorkel kit in the water.
You saw in the video, or excuse me, you saw during your interview with Brandy Hart that you said things different than what you just said now about what happened to your snorkel and goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is your memory sometimes different than what you see in the video?
Yes.
Was your memory, in your memory, what happened to your goggles?
In my memory, the goggles got
knocked away?
Knocked away, yeah. So,
One second. When there's an objection, just wait on your answer. It is leading, sustained. Next question, please.
His answer was stricken.
It's a leading question. Let's move on.
Is your memory perfect?
never.
Now that you've watched the video, do you realize that you were wrong about that?
Yes.
What happened to your goggles?
My goggles fell in the water.
When they fell in the water, what did you do?
I started looking for them, searching right where they fell.
If I, oops, it's on already. Showing you here some slides, 220, 225, and 279. Can you tell us what you're doing?
I'm searching for the goggle kit.
And where are you in relation to the 6 teenagers' tubes? Are you on the side? Are you upriver? Are you downriver? Are you in some other position?
I'm upriver, so yeah.
I'm gonna then show you another group of slides, 575, 600, and 625. What does that show you doing?
So what I did from that point, I went around the inner tubes to the other side, and I continued looking for the goggle and snorkel set.
Why did you walk around from the one side to get to the other side of the tubes?
Well, I thought that the water current would bring him over to the other side, and I was walking away from the boys at the same time.
Okay. During that time that you walked in that direction, did you have any physical contact with them?
No.
Were you confronting them?
No. Didn't say a word.
This next set of slides, what does this show you doing here?
I'm walking away from the group. Still.
Go ahead.
Still looking for my goggles at that time.
When you were doing that, did you ever hear the kids say anything?
They gave me a warning.
What'd they say?
You got 10 seconds.
In response to that, what did you do?
I ignored them, and I actually continued doing what I was doing.
Okay. I can show you the next set of slides here. Were you in a position to see here 963, 1140, and 1155, what the teenagers were doing behind you?
They were getting closer and closer to me. They were walking towards me.
Were you in a position to see that? Was that behind you, or had you turned around?
Well, I could hear their voices. I could hear that they were getting closer. At some point, I may have turned my head and witnessed that. They're coming towards me.
Showing you 1170, 1213, and 1284. What's happening here?
I'm at an angle to them, but I could say I have my back at them, still scanning the water, and they were right behind me. They got that close. Within seconds, they were right behind me.
At some point, did you see other people from another group?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw what seemed to me at the time adults coming over from the other side of the river.
And when you saw adults coming over from the other side of the river, what did you do?
I walked towards them. I walked towards this. The first one was was Madison.
When you walked towards Madison, where were the 6 teenage boys that had been yelling at you?
They were following me.
Okay. Were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No.
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
More than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos, what's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember, what are you doing with your right hand?
Yep, I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud to...
As to what Madison had as an impression.
Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained. Speculation.
I'm asking about his impression, so I'll rephrase, did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No.
Why not?
Because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk, and she kept pointing and ordering me to go downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all calling me names.
Okay. Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening, and I didn't want to interact any further.
Had you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No.
Had you at that point found the phone?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh, yeah.
What did you hear?
They were still yelling, he's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
I asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't.
Yes,
think
of
that's
course.
Hold on, please.
Don't think that's legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be untrue?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed. They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here, some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Guys, I'm here. I'm here with you. Let me get my camera on and stuff.
Just one moment.
I'm trying jams.
Ready? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's continue.
Showing you photos 1838, 1846, 1865. What are you doing in those? Do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, I had my back towards the group of people.
In the two photos there, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking downriver.
Okay. Are you looking at, there's two different groups, if I recall, from Exhibit 104. Is that right?
Yes,
One came from one side of the river and the other one's on the other side of the river.
correct.
Where are you, in the photo on the upper left, are you looking at one particular group as opposed to another group?
Yes, I'm looking at the boys group
And why are you looking at the boys group?
because they were yelling at me.
And what were they yelling at you?
They were yelling things that were not true and pointing at me.
When this, I want to, after that happened, showing you the next group of slides, 1875, 1883, and 1889, do you remember what Madison did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her and I lost my balance, so I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious touch?
No, that was not a gracious touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that, no, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those sandals that we saw earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
Want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so.
Sure, but why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
Because she was one-track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Okay. Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear
said
scale?
1 to 10
a
and
1
then
to 10
said
fear
very
scale,
low.
right? And so with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life and 0, let's call 0 to 10 being the most safe you've ever felt. Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
about 1.
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable but not necessarily afraid, is that what I understand?
Correct.
Where was your group in relation to you then?
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order, in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you do something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No.
Why not?
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cohn doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them to come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she's calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes.
Did they join that?
Yes.
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
Yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you with the blue dot and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there? Were other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they appear to be afraid to you?
Afraid from me?
Afraid. Did they appear? When you look at them, do they look like they're in fear?
No, absolutely
What does it look like to you?
They're all laughing and enjoying themselves.
At whose expense?
At my expense.
And
Speculation as to what these other...
Sustained. Speculation as to what other people think. Next question.
how did you feel in that moment when they were around you saying those things? Did you think they wanted you to join in their laughter?
No.
Did you want to join in their laughter?
No, absolutely not.
If this fear scale is going, is it staying at 1 or is it moving in a particular direction?
It's creeping up.
Showing you another set of slides here, 2328, 2311, 2382. Do you remember, what do you remember about that?
I remember the young boys are yelling, pointing at me, saying things that are not true.
Were you able to see, like in this next slide, this 2429, 2440, 2401, were you able to see as you stood there what everybody was doing? Were you able to scan and see that?
For a brief second, yes.
Okay.
They were very close. They were really close to me. I could see and hear them.
How about your fear scale there? Where is it? Where is it?
About 2 or 3.
Okay. I see in the one on the right there, you have your hand someplace. Can you tell me what you're doing with your right hand?
Yes, I'm reaching for my pocket knife.
Why?
Because at one point my fear was getting really high, and I was getting ready to pull it out.
Okay. Do you remember, other than what you've talked about, Madison Cohen pulling you, which we saw, do you remember anybody else touching, pushing, grabbing you in any way?
The 2 ladies, yeah.
Showing you here what's 2472, 2478, 2481. Do you remember what's happening in those photos?
Yes, yes. This one, the lady on my right side, she grabbed my arm and she was pushing against my arm.
And did that increase your level of comfort or increase your level of fear or something different?
So it decreased my level, the level of comfort and increased my, my fear.
Do you remember, at some point, do you take your knife out of your pocket?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that is in relation to these slides? Do you have a memory exactly of when that is?
Not exactly, but when they were pushing and poking at me, I remember I pulled it out then.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have it out before you were punched or after you were punched?
Before I was punched.
Okay. Showing you another set of slides here. It looks like do you remember doing something with your left hand?
Yeah, at that moment, I really needed my people to come over and help me, so I was trying to get their attention.
One more slide here. Do you, what's happening here in the slide?
Madison is pushing on my left shoulder and basically yelling at me right in my face.
And then on the next slide, we see something in your hand, is that right?
That's a knife.
Why did you take out your knife at that point?
I was beginning to be afraid.
And what was it about that moment where everybody is that made you so fearful that you took out your knife?
I was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me. Well, the lady, they squeezed my arm. I mean, it seemed like they were not backing away.
Previously, you turned around. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel comfortable turning around in this situation?
No.
Why not?
They were too close to me.
What happened the last time that you turned around?
Nothing good.
Judge, this
Good place to break.
may as well be.
All right, it's 12 noon. Let's break for lunch. You'll be taken downstairs to the assembly room again. Please, no conversation about the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. And, excuse me, do not use your devices to access any news reports or social media accounts about this trial. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
All rise. Okay, so what we're going to do, since it is lunchtime, we are going to break. I'm going to start a new stream in 1 hour, and we will watch the afternoon session of Nikolai's testimony.
Please be seated.
We're going to replay the...
We are outside the presence of the jury. We had a couple of sidebars.
Mr. Miu, come, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Miu, you can sit down at the table. We had a couple of sidebars concerning the PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Smestad objected to the text that was superimposed on the photographs. He believed that they prompted Mr. Miu's answers and thus formulated a leading style of examination. Mr. Nelson agreed to simply remove the text, and I believe that solved the problem. Anything you want to add?
No.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, but I'll refrain.
I'd like to have the transcripts of these conversations so I can review them over the lunch hour and get a better understanding about what it is that you want to introduce and what the objections may end up being. So do you have those available?
Yes.
Okay. Please give them to the clerk so I can read them over lunch hour. How much more do you have?
I think I'm on slide 27 of a 40-slide presentation, so 15 minutes?
Okay. So let's come back at 12:45 so I can take up the issue about the recorded conversations.
Okay. 45
Okay.
minutes then?
All right. That's all.
Okay, I've got an event up for 45 minutes from now. I will give you all the link. Hold on a sec. Hold on one
All
second.
right, good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center here for our Apple River stabbing.
You are still in my streaming center, so. Let's see here. Where is it? It's weird. Hold on, guys. I'm getting you the link. You're in the J for J streaming center. Yeah, here it is. Day 7 p.m. I'll see you guys here in 45 minutes. 45 minutes. I'll see you guys back in the streaming center. I'll be back in Studio J. Thanks for watching this morning, guys. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Let's run our credits and see you on the flip side.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Moving out all. No, we're all together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, 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 damn. You wanna be, you wanna be, you wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that.